on his side, I think, was not blown, so he was thrown on my laps. And when I looked, I saw blood on my trousers and on my gown. But none of us, the two people in the vehicle and two of us behind, four of us, none of us were injured. But somehow I saw blood because of the number of people killed outside and was because of the bomb. And I came out. I was concerned with the dead people, but some people stopped our vehicle, pushed me inside and drove me home. And that was the end of it. That's how efficient the Nigerian security agents are up to today.
It is now my pleasure to hand over the certificate of return as prepared by the National Convention Planning Committee to the winner of the All Progressives Congress presidential primary, General Muhammadu Buhari, retired.
Throughout the campaigns, and we went around in buses a lot, you know. We traveled from state to state, you know, and I recall in particular, we were at I think it was in Zamfara, where we saw these young people, and this always happened, of course, pressing themselves against the window of the bus that went around, you know, shouting, say, Baba, you know, Baba, Oyoyo, and all of that. And he said, look at the faces of these young people. He says, the expectations are high, very, very high. He says, and they expect us to do magic the moment we get into office, you know. Look at all of that.
Here in Kaduna, we voted for General Muhammadu Buhari, not because he's a northerner or a Muslim, but because we believe he's going to bring change. He's going to stop the insecurity, the corruption, and the callousness and the impunity.
That Muhammadu Buhari of APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law and scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
Buhari, do solemnly swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve...
Well, don't forget that I tried 3 times. 2003, I think 2007, and 2011. And I ended up in Supreme Court 3 times. The first time, I went to address the pressmen and some Nigerians that were very curious. I was expecting sympathy, but the group laughed at me. So I said, okay, God day. And God sent technology. With permanent voters card, PVC, it's very difficult, you know, to do what politicians used to do in Nigeria.
Well, some of us will claim credit to the fact that we are popular, but key is the character of our candidate. First, his character was essential to salvage the country. The country was in so much crisis, financially, security-wise, in every ramification.
This is the victory that is completely due to the support of the people. The normal elites, those who normally decide things, were all against this movement, and it came to victory. And I knew the country needed Buhari, and it has got it now. It is one of the best moments in my life. I didn't know I was going to be part of the government, but the fact that Buhari has won was just enough for me as a cause for happiness for this nation.
I remember that very, very day when the announcement was made. He from his office in lobby to upstairs, he came down to my office, and I look at him, you know, in the he was looking in the ceiling in very pensive mood. After some 1 or 2 minutes, I said, "Sir, I would not like to congratulate you. I would rather pity you." He said, "Thank you. Thank you." So we went out, back to his office.
He is a man of inflexible integrity. He is also a very simple man, a very religious man, and also dedicated to Nigeria. If he has political views, is that Nigeria together is the best for all the peoples.
He's a man of his words. He's a man of honor. He's a man of courage. He's a man of uprightness. He's a no-nonsense man. He has never, for once that I know him, done anything that will advance his selfish interests, either for himself as a person, for friends, for family.
He believes in the ultimate goodness of each and every Nigerian, including those of us who work with him. Yes, he will discuss challenges with you, but ultimately he always believes that
Muhammad Buhari, he listens a lot. He is not too much in a hurry to take decisions, and he is also very considerate. He said Nigeria is a very complex place. You need to take measured decisions because every decision you take will impact on the lives of people. So, but he is a very, very thorough leader. There are so many adjectives you can use to describe Buhari, but truly, he is a leader whose time has come, and he has led this country very, very well.
Under no circumstances, the leader will probably be sending his people or be asking you to do this for him. Buhari has never sent anybody to me in the last 7 years to do anything for him or for the person.
I've had the privilege of serving 7 Nigerian presidents in my public career. The styles of leadership are different, the circumstances are different, but as a boss, he supports, he gives you the resources to do your work. You can say anything about him or his policies, but nobody doubts his integrity, his commitment to ensure that public resources are very well managed, and that he cares about all parts of the country, including those that may not have voted for him, conspicuously not voted for him in several elections that he has undergone in this country.
His driver took me from his house to go to Governor El-Rufai's house. And when we got to El-Rufai's house in Kaduna, his driver said, "Daddy," he was referring to me, "I'd like you to pray with me." I said, "I beg your pardon." He said, "I call you Daddy." I said, "I do not pray the Muslim prayer. I can only pray for you as a Christian." He said, "I'm a Christian. I'm a member of Ekwa Church and I'm born again. I've been driving him for 10 years. This is the 3rd or so electoral process that I've driven him." I said, "You are a Christian?" He said, "Yes." I prayed with him. That was very shocking to me. Second thing that I received as a shocker, a serious shock, we did the first flag off in Kaduna. It was such a mammoth crowd. And if anyone we pushed that day, there would be a serious stampede. And then after the flag off, we got to his home, and he staggered. And he said, "Jesus Christ of Nazareth." I said, "Excuse me, sir?" Because I would have said, is that a swear word? And he looked at me and said, Pastor, you don't have monopoly of Jesus Christ. I said, okay. I calmed down, I left it. Then we were in Abuja. And early morning I was going to his hotel apartment, Presidential Suite at Transcorp Hilton. And I met his bodyguards at the door. And one of them said, good morning, sir. Good morning, Daddy. I said, why do you call me Daddy? He said, you are our grandfather, actually, because our pastor is your son in the faith. We go to Lighthouse. And I said, what kind of a man is this? Never at once try to hinder my faith or to try to say, to be irritated by me. And all around him, a cook and this and that were Christians.
Hello, it's another Sports Business Time, and thank you for joining me again. My name is Jide Olaniran. Aside from giving you sports business news today, we will also look at the business of infrastructure sports management model. And that is what we'll be looking at after this time out. Don't go away.
Fantastically finished.
Welcome back. As potential buyers for Manchester United continue to line up, a certain eccentric billionaire is reportedly kicking the tires on the historic European soccer club. Elon Musk is believed to be monitoring the situation closely and weighing putting in a bid for the club. A British tabloid says that several interested parties have signed confidentiality agreement to see Manchester United's data room, including several from Saudi Arabia, which could be eyeing Musk as a figurehead for a bid. With a net worth of $187.5 billion, Musk certainly has the capital to make a purchase and also has some personal motivation. In August, Musk joked on Twitter that he was buying Manchester United, later deleting the tweet, but clarifying that if he were to buy a team, it would be United, his favorite club as a kid. Club owners, the Glazers family, are reportedly seeking around $7.3 billion for a full takeover, but have expressed interest in only a partial sale. It is not just Elon. The competition to be the next owner of Manchester United is getting stiff. Bloomberg recently confirmed that a consortium of Qatari investors are set to make an offer for the club with assistance from the Qatar Investment Authority. The country's sovereign wealth fund, Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, the ruling emir of Qatar, reportedly supports the club. British billionaire Sir Jim Ratcliffe is also still in the running. The financial gap between the Premier League and the rest of Europe's top division is too big, says AC Milan head coach Stefano Pioli. Premier League clubs spent £815 million during the January transfer window, nearly 4 times the combined £225 million spent in Spain, Italy, Germany and France. The Premier League's financial dominance in Europe increased to the highest proportion ever reported in January. Spending by English top-flight clubs accounted for 79% of the total across Europe's Big 5 football leagues, where January expenditure fell by 35% from 2022. Chelsea spent more in January, around £288 million, than the combined total of all clubs in La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga and Ligue 1. And finally, Ile-de-France President Valérie Pécresse has demanded more than 200 million euros from the French government to enhance transport services for the Paris 2024 Olympics. Pécresse, who is head of the Ile-de-France Mobile, has reportedly issued a letter to France's Transport Minister Clément Benoît in a bid to secure the funding for the transport improvements. According to Le Parisien, Pécresse called on the French government to respect the commitments and guarantee IDFM resources to finance both the operation of new metro and Rousseau Express Regional lines and transportation for the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. The IDFM is the authority that controls and coordinates the different transport companies operating in the Paris area public transport network. And that's the news. We're going to break, and when we return, it will be time to discuss about sports infrastructure management model in the dugout segment. Don't go away.
Fantastically finished.
Welcome back. Yes, on the show, yes, this dugout segment will definitely focus on sports management facility, the model that will truly work for us here in Nigeria. And no other person to join me than an expert who's been working on some of this model. He's got some academic work as well as day-to-day business that he does as far as this area is concerned, talking about sports infrastructure management. Adedami Adedotun joins me. Adedami Adedotun, by the way, is the head of sports Temple Company. Adedami, thanks for joining me again today.
It's always a pleasure to be on your show, Jide. Thanks for having me once again.
Yes, once again, it's great to be with you. Adedami is our in-house expert when we talk sports business on the show. Adedami, let's start by looking at just of recent. The Kaduna State, a subnational state in Nigeria, had the opportunity of having the transfer, a federal sports facility transfer to their domain for management. That is the federal government that is supposed to own the Ahmadu Bello Stadium Sports Complex had to transfer the management of that complex to a state, Kaduna State. And this will be our focus today. And I want to ask you, is the government managing sports facility models still practicable in this age?
So thank you very much, Dide, for the question. And I think that the current events, which you mentioned, sort of answers that question, right? So if you look at government from two levels, there's the federal government and there's the subnationals, which are the state government, which is the state government. At the federal level, what the ministry is doing is to hand over certain federal infrastructure to subnationals, and which is because, the federal government has realized that it is not, federal government managing those facilities is not sustainable anymore for those facilities. So to answer your question, at the federal level, federal government, sustaining those infrastructure is not a sustainable model anymore. But before we even, if you digress a bit, if you look at infrastructure as a whole, the problem we have in infrastructure in Nigeria is not just the management of it, but the sufficiency of infrastructure. We don't have enough infrastructure for the different purposes for infrastructure, for mass participation at the community level, for professional sport at the state level, and also for major events at the federal level. So for government alone taking that responsibility of managing sport facilities, it is not sustainable anymore.
All right. So what can be done to make national assets like this stadium now, the stadiums that we have all around Nigeria, even though some are saying we still have less of what is required to cater to 200 million people. So what can we do to make sure that all these assets become productive?
So yes, we don't have enough because we did an analysis while we were working on the National Sports Industry Policy. And if you look at developed countries like in the US, the UK, the population to stadium ratio, or the stadium to population ratio is about 1 to say 300,000, 500,000. For Nigeria, it is 1 to 5 million, right, at the federal level. So we don't have enough. For us to bridge that gap, we need over 200. So it is definitely not enough. And government in itself cannot bear that burden anymore. So back to your question, what can we do? First is to find, to collaborate with private sector to manage those assets, right? And because if you also go back to infrastructure development, there are key things that you think about or you consider when you develop an infrastructure. One is the legacy for those infrastructures, because in Nigeria, most of our infrastructure has been built because we wanted to host a national tournament or a continental tournament, the Abuja Stadium when it was built, the National Stadium in Lagos when it was built. But what you do is, post-event, there has to be a post-event legacy to ensure that, look, those facilities are still fit for purpose after the event. And one of the ways you could do that is to ensure that there's a professional team within the environment to take on those infrastructure. If you see, if you look back to the recently concluded World Cup in Qatar, right from the onset, they've developed legacy for those assets. There are some of them with the container model stadium, that the legacy is to dismantle them and transfer those carcass to other football clubs. Some have been handed over to professional clubs. So what we don't do well in Nigeria is have a post-event legacy for our facilities. So going forward, a way to properly, sustainably manage those assets is to make them fit for purpose. You understand? What can be done in those facilities that will attract footfall in those facilities? Lagos, for example, there's the National Stadium in Lagos has, I think, over 60,000 capacity. The question is, beyond just hosting Super Eagles, what else can be done in the stadium? At the moment, there's no Lagos-based football club in the MPFL, which is the professional football league. Which are some of the issues, you understand, for a stadium of that size? So the question we need to ask ourselves is if those infrastructure are still fit for purpose, how to make them fit for purpose, and how to collaborate with facility managers, private sector organizations, so that we build a collaboration and we build a relationship that ensures that those assets are properly managed and we can deliver revenue.
Okay. All right. Then, all right. So the next question, how do we introduce a business-like model into our sports infrastructure management?
Okay, so that's really simple, right? Again, it goes back to the purpose for which those facilities were built in the first place, right? Because what you see as a global standard is that sporting infrastructure are not used solely for sporting events anymore. There is a multi-use purpose for sports infrastructure now. They are evolving into becoming entertainment centers too. So there's a sports and district entertainment model being used, adopted globally. So we need to start looking at those kind of models in Nigeria too. Second is to give incentives for private sector participation in infrastructure development. Because once you have that, private sector investment means that there's an expected return on investment, which means that they'll put in proper processes, proper models in place to ensure that those facilities are used and they generate income for the facility owners. So how to create the model that will work? First is private sector involvement to manage the existing facilities and to also invest in new facilities. Second is to adopt a multi-use strategy to ensure that beyond just sporting events, we also use those sporting facilities for entertainment events. You understand? And it's also important as a strategy to identify the key target for those facilities. Because again, the facility that you build for a major event is not the facility that will be used for regular training or the facility that will drive mass participation. So in developing strategies that will make sure that we have a sustainable model of managing those infrastructure, we have to consider all of those things to make it fit for purpose, to make it multi-use, to bring in private sector in terms of managing those facilities, and also to invest in them.
It's not a coincidence that Nigeria now has national sport industry policy, and also Kaduna that has the honor of having the national asset, in national assets like the stadium transferred to it, also is planning to put together a sports industry policy of sorts. And do you think that also the good policy like this can also jumpstart, you know, the reviving or the interest of, you know, spinning around or turning around the fortunes of some of these facilities that we have, especially you know that we have some of them. You made mention of the National Stadium. That is one. It's been there. There are a lot of things that the Sport Ministry is thinking of doing with it. Don't forget that there is also one, Liberty in Ibadan. Do you think a sports policy can stimulate the necessary interest or drive the necessary model that would drive the interest that would generate the fortunes?
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you mentioned Kaduna State and its policy. What happened last week was that there was a stakeholder engagement session. There was a policy dialogue because Kaduna State is the first state that would domesticate the national sports industry policy. And what happened during the policy dialogue was to break down the policy into areas. And one of the areas is facility and infrastructure development, right? And the conversations around facility and infrastructure development is how to build fit for purpose infrastructure, right? Which is what I mentioned earlier, that look, how do we ensure that the facility we build within the state or the existing facilities within the state are fit for purpose. Some of the things also discussed is how you can use sports facility to trigger urban development, right? And how you can also use facility for athlete development and elite athlete development. So the importance of policy is so that we discuss those peculiarity at the subnational level, you understand? And that's what's currently happening in Kaduna. And it's not a coincidence that this is happening shortly after the Ahmadu Bello Stadium was handed over. The management of the facility was handed over to the state. So what the policy would do is guide the conversation around how to ensure that there's sustainable management of that asset and also the state's owned assets, including the Muritala Mohammed Square in Kaduna and all other state-owned assets. But like I said, there has to be conversations around what infrastructure we actually do need as a country, you understand, and at all levels, either for mass participation, for athletes development, because that's also one critical area that sports infrastructure also includes performance centers, training centers for athletes. So there has to be a conversation around the type of facility that we need at the community level for mass participation, for elite athlete development, for professional sports, and for major events. Once we have that conversation, we're able to identify what infrastructure will be used for what kind of design should it be, how does it affect the environment, how would they affect urban planning and development. Those are the conversations that are necessary for infrastructure development. And once we identify all of these things, it also comes down to look, how do we fund them, how do we finance them, how do we incentivize private sector to be a part of, to drive investments into those facilities? Because at the end of the day, the global standard is that, look, it takes private sector investment to sustainably manage those assets. And once we are able to answer all of these questions, we develop a sustainable model. And these are the conversations that are happening as part of the policy development. So for Kaduna to take the initiative to becoming the first state to domesticate national sports industry, it also means that they are thinking in terms of a sustainable model to manage the infrastructure, the one they just got that was just handed over to them by the federal ministry, and also the ones that they have, and the ones that they will need for the future, because again, what they have at the moment is not enough to sustain, it's not enough to drive participation or to even drive athletes development or professional sports. So the policy is critical to all of this. It's usually a good starting point, because then we are able to identify all the key parts of infrastructure development and how to sustainably fund and finance it.
So finally, before I let you go, I know you're a basketball enthusiast. The Basketball Africa League was recently launched in Lagos, and very soon there will be pressure on Nigeria. There is an arena in Dakar. Cairo, we also have a bit of the pie, a piece of the pie rather, and also Rwanda already had it and they will still have it again. Isn't it time Nigeria also look at building an arena of sorts that will accommodate or that will bring BAL to Nigeria, and from there we can jumpstart another frenzy, basketball frenzy?
Yes, absolutely. It is time. And if you look at the Basketball Africa League, the BAL, I would like to look at it from two different perspectives, right? One is the Nigerian league itself, and the second is Basketball Africa League. Because if you're aware, it is whoever emerges as the champion of the Nigerian league that represents Nigeria at the Basketball Africa League. So first is, how do we put our house in order and drive investments into infrastructure? I'll give you an example. In the last, I think, 2 editions that Nigeria has participated in the BAL, the first club to represent Nigeria is a Port Harcourt-based club, Rivers Hoopers. Now, Kwara Falcons will represent Nigeria. There is a need to have proper facilities in those cities, Ilorin and Port Harcourt. And these are cities that you have enough middle class for you to have a proper basketball fan base. You understand? So beyond just building facility to host the BAL, which is good, there's also need to have facilities so that we have a proper professional league. Because if you look at the professional league, there are clubs in Lagos Islanders, Hoops and Reed. There are clubs there's a club in Ibadan, Oluyole Warriors. There's one in Kwara, there's one in Delta, there's one in Port Harcourt, there's one in Abuja, there's one in Kano, there's Kaduna Stars. So we have professional clubs across the country. So first point is, how do we ensure that these professional clubs have infrastructure to first promote and drive professionalism in basketball and to deliver an entertainment product? Once that is sorted, then the next level is, look, how do we ensure that we have facilities that can host the BAL? And you won't be surprised that if we get the first point, the first leg right, which is ensuring that we drive investments into facility ownership at the professional club level, we would have invested in facilities that can actually host the BAL. Because if you have a 5,000 capacity stage arena in Ilorin or in Lagos or in Port Harcourt, then it means that you can actually bid to host the BAL too. So beyond just building facility for a national to host the BAL, we should also consider the importance of having facilities that can drive the development of the professional league in Nigeria. So yes, and I'm also aware that there's a Lagos Arena project going on in Lagos, and it will be a world-class indoor arena. So these things will happen very soon. But as regards the BAL, I completely agree that it is time we host, and I think that a more sustainable strategy is to drive investments into infrastructure for the professional clubs. In doing that, would have solved the problem of hosting the BAL.
Adidami Adedotun is the head of Sports Temple Company and our in-house experts on Sport Exchange. Thank you very much for talking to us today on the show.
It's a pleasure, Jide. I enjoy talking sports with you. Thank you very much.
All right. That was Adidami Adedotun talking to us about sports facility management model, the kind of model that can work for Nigeria. Okay, we'll go on a break, and when I return, it will be time to sign off.
Fantastically finished.
Come back. Before we go on the show, let me leave you with this. Did you know that the Super Bowl 57, which saw Kansas City Chiefs winning the day over Philadelphia Eagles, might have come and gone, but it brought us some impressive numbers from the sports book, which is about how people staked money on the game. With 50 million Americans projected to bet $16 billion on the Super Bowl across legal and extra-legal channels. It's no surprise that sports books were very active on the big day. GeoComply, which verifies bettors' location on behalf of legal sportsbooks, registered 100 million sports betting transactions on the Super Bowl 57 weekend, a 25% increase from last year. Several American sportsbooks reported milestones as a result of the increased traffic. FanDuel, which is a fantasy and online betting site, averaged 2 million active users on its platform throughout the Kansas City Chiefs' 38-35 victory over the Philadelphia Eagles, and was taking a record of 50,000 bets per second at its peak. DraftKings, another sport betting site, paid out $2.68 million to one bettor who wagered $1.68 million on the Chiefs' money line. MGN Research says it had the highest Super Bowl betting handle in company history for the state of Nevada, including money wagered at its 9 retail sportsbooks on the Las Vegas Strip and on its BetMGN app. Next year, the countdown to Super Bowl 58 is already on, and given it will take place in the sports betting capital of the world, the handles are only bound to increase. As for who could be taking home the Lombardi Trophy next year in Las Vegas, the books are already favoring a repeat. At DraftKings, the Chiefs open as plus 600 favorites to win it all again, while the Eagles open at plus 900, the fifth best odds. Betting, bet responsibly, but make money while you do it with your head on. Thanks for joining me on today's edition of the program. Till I come away next time, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, of the future in sports business, Jide Olano.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
It's good to have you join me on the program. I am Mary Kanu. A week after the Supreme Court ordered the Nigerian government to allow the continued use of the old 200, 500 and 1,000 naira notes, President Muhammadu Buhari has countered that order. The president in a national broadcast on Thursday morning, while acknowledging the many difficulties that the new currency policy is causing Nigerians, approved the continued use of only the old 200 naira notes as a legal tender alongside the new 200 naira note, but this will only be for 60 days as orders by the president allowed the validity of the old 200 naira note until the 10th of April 2023. President Buhari also said that in line with Section 20, Subsection 3 of the CBN Act of 2007, all existing old 1,000 and 500 naira notes remain redeemable at the CBN and designated points. The initial deadline to phase out the old notes was Friday, the 10th of February. The president's pronouncement comes as the Supreme Court had last week given an interim order for the continued use of all the old notes until it finally rules on a lawsuit brought by 3 northern states challenging the new currency redesign. In its sitting on Wednesday, the Supreme Court did not reverse that order, but the court adjourned the suit to February 22nd. While President Buhari's decision may have served as some form of respite amid the chaos caused by the CBN's Naira redesign policy, some lawyers and civil society groups across the country have faulted the broadcast on the 200 naira note as contempt of court. Now, to give more insights on the issue, legal expert Malaki Ogumadu joins me on the program. Thank you very much for joining me. First of all, I must ask what you think of the president's speech and its possible effect on the country. Do you think the president speaking to us will somehow assuage the frayed nerves of Nigerians? Should Nigerians generally expect better when it comes to the Naira going forward?
Well, I think my response would be that in so many respects and for so long, President Muhammadu Buhari has come so little, so short, and too late in the day regarding major national development, some of which have the tendency of undermining the security of this country. So why would it have taken him this long to be able to give a proper direction with respect to a major financial activity of a cardinal agency of government like the central bank? Let's be clear about it. The Central Bank Act recognizes the powers of the governor of the central bank to act in respect of monetary policy. But in this particular instance of withdrawal and change of the currency with the approval of the president, That is within the remit and powers of the central bank governor, with the approval of the president. All of those happen. Where the issue has always been now cascading into a national crisis is the implementation of that policy. It has come not with a human face. It has caused a lot of hardship, dislocation, and demobilization of the Nigerian people. So much so that for the first time in my life, I now hear that you could use Naira to buy Naira, in which case you are giving less the value of the money you seek to get if you have no cash of your own. You will have to buy it at a higher rate. That for me was now, but what is more, it is that even with the policy that they have conceived to be a good policy, based on the objective conditions that they wanted to check, but it has not worked out completely in the way that a manner that they conceived it. Now, when you realize that kind of situation, what do? You retreat. Now, it has taken riots. I'm not talking of protests. Riots from cities after cities before Mr. President. In short, people were reportedly killed in Benin yesterday. I am from Delta State. I just returned from Delta State. There are accounts of people who dropped dead on the queue waiting to be able to access their money in the bank. Very regrettably, even when you gain entrance at very risky circumstances and at great cost to your life, you are giving 5,000 naira. So the point I make is that Mr. President has decided to talk in a very, I'm not sure it was more than 20 minutes broadcast. We're not talking for a lengthy whole day broadcast, but to what extent has that now coincided with the responsibility of another arm of government, which is the judiciary, this time the habeas court, in trying to find a way around this situation? In many respects, and within the circle of the lawyers, there are people who hold the view, rightly too in my view, that the president broadcast has amounted to a contempt of court, in the sense that the Supreme Court was clear with respect to their earlier order, interlocutory order, ex parte order, and that order was extended in a way, and before the expiration of that extension, Mr. President has come to give another condition.
Now, before we get to the legal aspect of this, we saw you mentioned. Sorry to cut you. Before we get to the legal aspect of this, you mentioned the riots that have taken place in the country, and we saw something like this happen in 1984 on the Buhari-led junta. But now let's talk about the issue on ground. There are now two existing orders guiding the use of the naira in the country. One by the CBN authorizing the validity of all currencies until its next hearing, which was shifted to February 22nd, and that of President Buhari authorizing the use of only the 200 naira note alongside the new notes. Which order supersedes the order?
Well, we are called a civilized nation because we're expected to conduct the affairs of this country according to rule and law. Where the rule of law no longer operates, but the rule of man, then clearly there are problems. Otherwise, this question would not have come. Ideally, where there is any form of disputation with respect to the policy or decision of state actors or government, and that dispute is submitted to a competent court of law, this time as permissible, being a dispute between and among states and the federation, they proceeded advisedly to the Supreme Court. Once that dispute is apprehended, once the Supreme Court becomes seized of that dispute, from that moment, the orders and decisions of the court shall take precedence over every other. In short, and as a matter of law, it is almost inconceivable that while a matter is sub judice and being attended to in the Supreme Court of the land, the executive, being the other arm of government, is busy giving directives that contradict. There is no other recipe for anarchy. In short, people are now confused. Otherwise, the answer to your question is that once a directive, either by way of ruling or by way of order or by way of judgment or by way of decision, by a competent court of law, this time around, the apex court in the land is issued. Every person, every authority, every agency of government is bound. And on this score, I am referencing section 287, subsection 1, with respect to decisions of the Supreme Court. Ditto for Court of Appeal, high courts of the respective federated states. So it's not, except we are no longer in a civilized nation, which is now becoming debatable.
So in other words, you're trying to say, or what you're trying to say is that with all that we've seen play out, that this administration, the Buhari-led administration, has endangered the rule of law and brought the judiciary to disrepute. Is this what you're saying?
If that is not the case, why the chaos? Why are people running amok? Why is even the ruling political party talking at cross purposes? Why is the center not holding? Why do we not have a singular channel of decision and action? Why this cacophony of voices? What has happened to the coordination and cooperation of institutions of government with a harmonized view to promote peace and development and progress in the country? So I'm not trying to say, I'm saying that once a matter has become a subject of litigation and adjudication before a competent court of law, whatever that court comes out with becomes superior. Because whatever the court says becomes an order. It becomes a ruling. And by the Constitution, I have referenced section 287, subsection 1, 2, 3. Anyone and every institution and every citizen and every authority in this country is obligated under a duty to obey what the Supreme Court has said. No less the president. The president is a citizen of this country and he's not above the law. The law is as pronounced by the Supreme Court. So if we are not comfortable with that, then we are beckoning at anarchy. We are looking at the last bus stop before the kind of violence you see from city to city.
Now, some have come out. We've seen lawyers and civil society organizations, they've come out to fault the implementation of the redesigned policy by the CBN, although according to the Apex Bank, this move was made to curb vote buying ahead of the elections and somehow reduce inflation. Do you think there should be a time frame for the completion of this implementation?
Well, this is the need. I mean, this question speaks to the need for a well-thought-out policy. I mean, you cannot, in good conscience, be charitable to the government as represented by the central bank in this instance. You cannot fault the motive and objectives of this policy, in the sense that, and we have even begun to witness it, talking about engendering a cashless society, dealing with the incidence of illicit transfer of money amongst terrorist groups, talking about strengthening the economy, and depress vote buyers, albeit politicians, from having access to the volume of money with which they corrupt the system. These are credible masterstrokes. However, you may have a great idea, a beautiful idea, but if you lack the mechanisms and strategies of operationalizing that idea in a way that doesn't cause social disruption, it will turn out as though you never thought through that idea. This is precisely the problem with this matter. Come to think about it, we were told that the actual volume of naira running into trillions needed to have been reprinted was not made available. In short, it is almost 1/3 of what was needed that was printed. That kind of indiscretion in managing a very fragile economy like ours, suffering and smarting from serious bashing of so many economic indices that are not favorable for growth and development, became one mistake too many. Because as it has now shown, it has completely disrupted the entire chain of livelihood in Nigeria.
All right.
Where people have money to work hard, but cannot access their money.
Like
So
you
I'm
clearly
clear
pointed
about
out, the issues abound. You've clearly pointed this out, but I'm afraid that's how much we can take right now. Well, Malaki Ogumadu, legal expert, thank you for your time and your insights. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Well, we'll take a break now and be right back. To stay with us. Welcome back. Now, in a few days, Nigerians will go to the polls to elect new leaders who will steer ship for the next administration. However, there are doubts, apprehension, as well as optimism over the readiness of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, for the exercise, given the concerns that abound. In the midst of all the apprehension, the INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakubu, has reassured Nigerians and the international community of the Commission's commitment to safeguarding the integrity of the electoral process and delivering the best election ever in the history of Nigeria. Speaking recently with the Commonwealth Pre-Election Assessment Mission in Abuja, Yakubu said his commission is on top of anticipated challenges. Now, last week, INEC, through its National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, debunked reports that the Commission has contracted the logistics of the 2023 general election materials to the National Union of Road Transport Workers in Lagos State and the Lagos State Parks Management Committee, led by Musiliu Akinsonya, popularly known as MC Oluomo. The Commission also announced that elections will not be held in 240 polling units nationwide due to absence of registrants. Now, joining me on the program to assess INEC's preparedness for the 2023 elections is political affairs analyst Olufemi Lawson. It's good to have you join me on the program. Now, INEC has continuously given assurances that it is committed to safeguarding the integrity of the country's electoral process. Now, do you see INEC poised to deliver a credible election? And are there indices to indicate INEC's preparedness or otherwise?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. If you look at the preparation of INEC for months, even before where we are now, you will come to agree that INEC has been committed to delivering a credible election come February 25 and subsequent one in March 11. INEC has not only been up and doing or up to the task in the area of the provision of the needed logistics and manpower for the towards this election, but it has also demonstrated the capacity to engage stakeholders in the media, in the civil society, and every other important structures that are needed to enhance the capacity of the commission towards delivering a credible election. So we must give kudos to INEC under the current leadership for the innovations and preparations that has really shown that, that has given a lot of hope that we'll have this election come February 25.
Well, Nigerians have been looking forward to this election, but somehow there have been reports of illegal possession of the permanent voters' cards, the PVC, in the country. Just recently, over 1,000 PVCs were recovered from about 516 illegal immigrants from Chad, Niger, and Togo who were arrested in Kaduna State. Now, would you fault INEC's process of the PVC registration and collection?
INEC may not be solely blamed for the proliferation of our electoral system by people who ordinarily are not eligible to vote, particularly those foreigners, many of whom are illegal migrants into the country. But when you have a country without a clear-cut social security base, as we speak today, Nigeria cannot really give a definite figure of the number of our citizens. There's no social security number for citizens. So everyone can just walk into any institution of government and participate as a Nigerian. You realize that almost in every neighborhood today, you find foreigners from Chad, from Niger, from Togo, from Benin, doing one sort of domestic work for the other. And these are the categories of people that have found their way into registering to participate in our elections. So we must commend the security agencies for being able to fish out these elements who are not eligible to vote in our elections, but have found their way to picking up, to getting registered and picking up our permanent voters card. And what is important is that INEC and the security agencies should look deeper, more especially on election days, into scrutinizing the identities of voters to ensure that foreigners are not allowed to vote in our election. And also, it is also important to say this, that irrespective of how much people try to produce fake permanent voters card, they cannot be used if we are going to go by the efficiency of the BVAS machine, which is now the tool being employed by INEC to conduct this election. So people can just wake up and produce cards in the name of PVC. But the truth is that these PVCs are programmed to work with the bimodal voter certification machine, and without the cards being authentic, it cannot in any way work, and such persons cannot be accredited for our election. INEC has gone further than we think in terms of technology in ensuring that our elections are credible, they have integrity, and of course, protect the integrity of our democracy.
It seems like you have just commendations for INEC, but there is a disturbing concern with the recent ruling of the Osun State Election Tribunal that annulled the result declared by INEC, citing overvoting in about over 700 polling units. Now, the Commission has clarified that the late submission of the final list of voters is the reason for the confusion. But I must ask what steps you think can be taken to avoid such kinds of cases in these general elections.
It's one of the two states where the BVAS was perverted in the conduct of election by INEC. So we may not have expected that the Commission would have delivered on the efficiency of BVAS 100% in that election. But the lessons that have been learned from Ekiti and Osun is that even with BVAS, there could still be loopholes, there could still be shortcomings on the part of in the area of application, computation of votes, and the like. And that is why this election is going to be an opportunity for INEC and other stakeholders to improve on the capacity to ensure that votes count, accreditations are properly done. So I don't think it was a big minus for INEC if having conducted election in thousands, tens of thousands of polling units and only about 700 or thereabout were found to be faulty in the area of the outcome of accreditation compared to election results. So I think it is not enough to call INEC low. It's only important that we ask INEC to learn from the lessons that have been exposed, that they have been exposed to by the virtue of the outcome of the Osun governorship election, in order to improve on the future election, particularly the forthcoming presidential election in the country.
All right, now political affairs analyst Olufemi Lawson, thank you for your time and your contribution.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Well, that's our program this week. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
I think that Nigerians should take the advice of Dele Farotimi and not die in the wars of their politicians. Vote wisely, Nigeria. Ordinarily, during elections, we ought not to be talking about ethnicity nor religion. The ethnicity of the president does not mean that he will do well. Rather, we ought to be talking about competence, capacity. We ought not to be talking of age, even if the people who show up to be elected to be president are people who are capable. Because we know that in Nigerian elections, anything goes. Also, religion ought not to even be a part of our conversation. Religion should be personal. Nigeria is a secular state. But again, we are hypocrites in that the people who are going to steal public funds come to a meeting and they say, let us pray. They know right after they are going to steal, but they say, let us pray. So we pray at every public function, but we are not even a righteous nor holy people. Yes, let's leave it to God to judge. At the same time, let's leave religion out of our politics and vote who will develop Nigeria. So I will repeat myself, vote wisely, Nigeria. Today, I've come to talk about the elections. Please, if you see violence, rather than get involved, record it and report it on your Flag It app. Go to your polling unit early enough. Hold your water, your umbrella if you want. When you are given your ballot paper and you put your finger, preferably your index finger, in ink, please ensure that you're voting within the lines. When you're done, rather than fold your ballot paper like this in a way that it may smear another party logo, please fold like this. This way, it will go into the ballot box easily. And if it smears at all, it will still be along the party logo of the candidate that you're voting for. I pray that we vote wisely, and at the end of these elections, all Nigerians benefit. Do not fight. Do not argue with anyone. Do not wear party logo t-shirt or face cap or anything. Campaigns end 2 days before the elections. Let's do what is right for ourselves, and at the end, you and I will succeed in 2023. Do not forget to vote wise in Nigeria.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority was saying for there's going to be one vote and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The bulls took over the news on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello and welcome to News Now. I am Folashade Ogurinde. President Muhammadu Buhari has advised the candidates contesting in the general election to respect the choice and voice of the electorate. He said this on Wednesday at the signing of the peace accord by the candidates and chairpersons of the 18 political parties participating in the presidential election. The peace accord signing ceremony was organized by the National Peace Committee. The president said since the start of his administration, he has been committed to leaving a legacy of free, fair, credible, safe and peaceful elections. Nigerians will go to the poll on Saturday, February 25 to choose a new president and members of the National Assembly. Thereafter, the governorship State's House of Assembly polls would hold on March the 11th.
Now that the election is only a few hours away, we are here to witness the second signing of the National Peace Accord to commit the presidential candidates, their party chairmen, and their parties to accept the outcome of the elections as long as it is judged to be free, fair, and credible. And where anybody has grievances, to seek legitimate and peaceful means of addressing any concern that may arise thereafter.
The Commission will be holding daily media briefing at 3 p.m. This briefing will hold at this venue. The purpose is to provide update on preparations for the election and to respond to issues that may arise. The briefing is open to political parties, civil society organizations, observers, the media, and security agencies. Once again, the Commission appreciates the work of the National Peace Committee, and we urge political parties and candidates to abide by the letter and spirit of the accord.
Mr. President, at various local and international commitments, has consistently affirmed his commitment to bequeathing a legacy of deepening democratic system and credible electoral process to the nation. He has demonstrated this commitment by constantly charging all agencies linked to the democratic process to internalize. We are appealing to all political actors to stretch their sword and borrow a leap from Mr. President to allow the election to hold in a peaceful and credible manner. We are therefore calling on the political actors to call on their teaming supporters to conduct themselves in a peaceful manner, devoid of rancor, and anything capable of jeopardizing the peaceful conduct of the 2023 general election.
The United States of America has asked Nigerians to use the forthcoming general election to make their voices heard. The U.S. position was shared in a video that featured Antony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, Samantha Power, United States Agency for International Development Administrator, and Linda Thomas-Greenfield, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. In the 58-second video published on Wednesday, Blinken said the U.S. government hopes for peaceful elections in Nigeria, adding that the country's polls matter to the world.
Nigeria's constitution, like America's,
begins with a simple and profound idea: we the people.
And during this election, you, the people of Nigeria, have a chance to make your voices heard, to choose your future.
The United States does not support any individual candidate for office.
But we strongly support a peaceful election
that reflects the will of the people of Nigeria.
Because free and fair elections in Nigeria help create a freer and fairer world for everyone.
Your vote matters. This election matters, not only to Nigerians, but to the rest of the world.
We're invested in your success. Our shared democratic futures depend on it.
Go to inecnigeria.org to prepare to vote, because your voice matters.
The Nigerian people have a friend and partner in the United States of America.
While still on electoral matters, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Al-Khalibaba, has ordered the restriction of vehicular movement across the country on the day of the presidential election. For spokesperson Muyiwa Adijobi, in a statement on Wednesday, said the restriction will be from 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. He added that only security operatives on election duty are to be seen around voting centers, adding that the ban on unauthorized use of sirens, revolving lights, covered number plates, and tinted glasses is still in force. Meanwhile, all state-owned security outfits and organizations, quasi-security units, and privately owned guard outfits have also been barred from carrying out security-related duties during the elections. While still on security, President Muhammadu Buhari has directed all security agencies to ensure a safe electoral exercise for Nigerians and officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The president gave the charge during the National Security Council's meeting for 2023. Speaking to journalists after the meeting, the Inspector General of Police, Usman Al-Khalibaba, affirmed the force's readiness to provide security at the election. He added that all hands were on deck to ensure the security of voters on election day.
That we must ensure that Nigerians are allowed to come out and exercise their franchise or board the leaders of their choice. And for that, we must create conducive environment or atmosphere for Nigerians to exercise their right. We must also provide protection to INEC materials and officials to do their work. We must ensure that before, during, and after the election, whatever fallback it is, we do not have people who will take the laws into their hands, and if there is any, we should be able to check within the quickest possible means to ensure that it does not snowball into either bigger crisis. Thank you very much. Specific instruction is that we should maintain law and order. Sorry, one of the things is the issue of presence of combined operations in the streets of Lagos and Abeokuta. Yeah, these are joint operations aimed at stabilizing the internal security order before the election. So these are not operations that are targeted at the election, but it is targeted at stabilizing the situation, especially the one that came up as a result of the current, currency swap or whatever we can call it, where people go on vandalizing, destroying, and even committing arson and so forth. So this is what is required, is to bring down the situation, stabilize it. But on the election day, you will not see them in polling stations by the grace of God. We will be able to do that.
As part of efforts to boost the successful processes of the 2023 election, President Muhammadu Buhari has received security 12 billion naira to the military and Nigeria Police Force donated by the Coalition Against COVID-19 CACOVID at the Council Chambers. The commissioning and handover of the security equipment preceded the Security Council meeting chaired by President Buhari at the State House in Abuja. According to members of CACOVID, the move is made in a bid to lend support to the federal government's fight against insecurity. Our correspondent Mary Kanu has more details in this report.
The dire security situation across the country has continued to provoke apprehension about the possible undermining of the polls by criminal elements and their sponsors in a bid to assuage the concerns of Nigerians regarding security and public safety during the upcoming elections. The Coalition of Private Sector Against COVID-19 CACOVID has presented security equipment, including a 350 state-of-the-art security vehicle and gadgets for use by law enforcement agencies in Abuja and Lagos. Speaking during the presentation, President Muhammadu Buhari thanked all members of CACOVID, the leadership team and technical committee for their support and patriotism. The president added that such a patriotic gesture signified the group's national consciousness in the face of enormous challenges pervading the world and the country.
And the continued security challenges in the country, CACOVID again galvanized support among private sector organizations to support the federal government in surmounting the security challenges. In this regard, the coalition commendably raised the sum of 12 billion naira, which was used to procure critical security equipment for our domestic law enforcement and defense organizations.
In his remarks, one of the members of CACOVID, Aliko Dangote, announced that the donation of the security vehicles and equipment is a symbol of the patriotic partnership between the public and private sectors.
To provide additional response support to the government, CACOVID embarked on another fundraising effort which enabled us to purchase the items that we are handing over today to the police and the military. The items include 200 troop carriers, 150 pickup trucks with spare parts, 13,000 helmets, and 13,000 bulletproof vests. This donation marks the end of the CACOVID initiative as we went down what has been deemed as example of patriotism, solidarity, and efficiency in terms of partnership between the public and private sectors.
On his part, the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, assured of its continued support for the federal government in its fight against insecurity.
I have no doubt that these security equipment, which are being donated today, will be used most judiciously to ensure the continued and effective protection of the lives and properties of all Nigerians. I am proud to be a part of the coalition as we support the government in its fight against insecurity. I must not fail to state that I am immensely gratified by what the CACOVID has achieved in its first years of existence. The nationalistic and patriotic drive of our colleagues therein is unmatched anywhere in the world and must be applauded.
The donation of the security vehicles and equipment marks the end of the CACOVID initiative, which was established in 2020 to assist the government in combating the coronavirus disease in the country. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria.
The chairman, Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC Mahmood Yakubu, has presented a code of conduct and rules of engagement for security personnel on electoral duty. The document was jointly signed by the National Security Advisor, retired Major General Babagana Monguno, Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba, and the INEC chairman in Abuja. While making the presentation to the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security in Abuja, Yakubu maintained that the code of conduct is essential to the development, deepening, and consolidation of democracy and democratic governance in Nigeria.
I welcome you to this very crucial meeting. I think in the last meeting before the national elections, we may have a review meeting before the state elections, but this is going to be the last meeting. And our commitment is to ensure that the environment is conducive for the conduct of elections and guarantees the safety and security of all those who are involved in the process, whether they're INEC officials or others.
It is instructive to also state that government is very much aware of plots by domestic subversive groups and their external collaborators to exploit the current socio-economic climate in the country, occasioned by well-intended government policies to ignite civil unrest before, during, and after the elections. To this end, and keeping in with Mr. President's commitment to ensure a peaceful transition of political power to a democratically elected next president through free, fair, and credible elections, security agencies have been charged to ensure a robust deployment to deal decisively with any individual or group, no matter how highly placed. Consequently, the NSA emphasized that strong commitment among critical stakeholders in the electoral process, strict adherence to the rules of the game by the political actors, and the security personnel exhibiting high level of professionalism are critical toward achieving a successful and credible election.
As Nigerians gear up for the general elections, the President General of the African Football and Other Sports Supporters Club has charged politicians to act as sportsmen once citizens make their choice. They made the call at the Alausa Secretariat during a prayer and support session organized for the Nigerian Armed Forces and other security agencies. According to Oladipo, politicians should embrace themselves like sportsmen and women without hatred after a winner emerges. He also called on youth to shun crime and violence during elections. On her part, the lead convener, Nigeria Praying Armed Forces Agency, Mary Abayomi, appealed to Nigerians to cooperate with them to ensure a crime-free election.
I want to advise the politicians to behave like sportsmen and women. When there's a competition, two sides meet. The two sides cannot win a match at the same time. One will win, the other will lose. But the one that loses today should live to fight for another day. We should not make this election a do or die. It should be a peaceful election. When the election comes, it will go. And they will be waiting for another 4 years.
That have laid down their life for this nation. As I speak right now, some like that are in the military have not seen their family for years. We should embrace them. We should pray for them. And even as the election is coming, we should collaborate with them for a crime-free election. They shouldn't be attacked. And when you are doing the wrong thing and you are corrected, you have to listen.
Our support to them is just to pray while they are in the different theaters of war, ensuring that Nigeria is not besieged by our enemies. We are in our own safe haven. We must pray for them and give them the necessary information on how to that will help them in their job. And for this, what we came here to do is just also an extension of what the advocacy group is all about, to preach to Nigerian youths. There is both vote buying, there's talkery, we have politicians. Tell the politicians, it's a message to every youth.
We'll take a break now and be back with more stories. To stay with us.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Welcome back. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. Data from the new Office for National Statistics (ONS) indicates that people from ethnic minority backgrounds are no longer significantly more likely to die of COVID-19. Analysts looked at mortality rates for different ethnic communities between January and November 2022, when Omicron was the dominant COVID variant. Early in the pandemic, deaths involving coronavirus were higher among Black and Asian people than white people. The highest risk was among Bangladeshi, Black Caribbean, and Pakistani groups. The Queen Consort has pulled out of a visit to a food charity in East London as she continues her recovery from COVID-19. King Charles made the trip solo instead, meeting with staff and volunteers at the Felix Project. Buckingham Palace said that the Queen had made an excellent recovery but was taking some more time out ahead of a busy schedule on Thursday. She contracted coronavirus last week for the second time and was forced to pull out of a string of engagements after suffering cold-like symptoms. We'll take a breather now and be back with more stories in business, the foreign scene, as well as sports. To stay with us. Welcome back. And in business, the federal government has announced a preferred bidder for the concession of the 700 megawatts Zungeru hydroelectric power plant for a fee of over $70 million per year for a period of 30 years. It's named the preferred bidder as Mainstream Energy Solutions Limited and also announced the approval of the merger of Egbin Power Plant with KEPCO Energy Resources Nigeria Limited. The 700 megawatts capacity Zungeru HPP is Nigeria's second largest hydroelectricity power station behind the KNG hydroelectric power plant, which has capacity of 760 megawatts. The latest data released by the National Bureau of Statistics indicates that annual gross domestic product growth rates in 2022 fell to 3.10% from the 3.40% reported in 2021. The NBS said the performance of agriculture and industry reduced in 2022 relative to 2021, while the performance of the services sector improved in 2022. According to the NBS, Nigeria's GDP performance in the fourth quarter of 2022 was driven mainly by services sector, which recorded a growth of 5.69% and contributed 56.3% to GDP. Well, oil edged up on Thursday after Brent crude posted its biggest single-day loss in 7 weeks the day before, as market players reassessed positions after the U.S. Federal Reserve stoked worries about the economy by suggesting further rate hikes ahead. Brent crude futures rose 37 cents to $80.97 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate crude futures advanced 32 cents to $74.27 a barrel. Both benchmarks lost more than $2 in the previous trading day on expectations of more aggressive interest rate increases. On the foreign scene now, UN head Antonio Guterres has condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine as an affront to the world's collective conscience. Speaking at the General Assembly, Guterres said the invasion is a violation of the United Nations Charter and international law, adding that the war was fanning regional instability and fueling global tensions and divisions while diverting attention and resources from other crises and pressing global issues. According to the U.S. military, Russia and Ukraine have each seen at least 100,000 of their soldiers killed or injured, as more than 13 million people were made refugees abroad or displaced inside Ukraine. And in sports, Nigeria's under-20 men's team, the Flying Eagles, defeated hosts Egypt 1-0 on match day 2 of the ongoing under-20 African Cup of Nations at the Cairo International Stadium on Wednesday to keep hope of qualifying for the knockout stage of the competition alive after their opening defeat to Senegal. The Flying Eagles lost 1-0 to the junior Teranga Lions of Senegal on Sunday, but fought hard to get a vital victory against Egypt on Wednesday. Nigeria are in Group A with Egypt, Senegal and Mozambique. That's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. Nigeria's presidential election is less than a week away, but the dominant topic in the country today is a severe cash crunch caused by the controversial Naira redesign and swap policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Or is it the government? Well, people are going through a lot in the country at the moment because they cannot access cash to do their daily businesses or just to live. We have seen protests now and demonstrations in different parts of the country. In some cases, the demonstrations have turned violent. On Thursday, February 16, President Muhammadu Buhari, in a national broadcast, ordered the central bank to recirculate the old 200 Naira notes to ease the tension in the country caused by the severe cash shortages. His directive now is contrary to the ruling of the nation's Supreme Court, which had ruled that the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes remain legal tender until it heard a suit brought before it by some governors of the country. Well, the president has obviously overruled the Supreme Court, and the central bank has pronounced that the old 500 and 1,000 Naira notes now are no longer legal tender. The issue is generating a lot of reaction, with many describing the action of the president as a clear and flagrant disregard for the Supreme Court order and a big blow to the rule of law in the country. Despite the president's order on the recirculation of the old 200 Naira notes, the cash crunch has not abated. Shortly after the order was given, the central bank said it would be implemented immediately, but the severe cash shortages now is still persisting at the moment. So what exactly is going on? Joining me to discuss this further now is legal practitioner and political analyst Evans Ofeli, who joins us from Lagos. Evans, thank you very much for joining us on the program. What do you make of the action of the president? He overruled the Supreme Court. That's what it seems.
Yes, the president yesterday, by implication, overruled the decision of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court had earlier ruled that the old Naira notes, the one that have been redesigned, the old Naira notes should still remain legal tender. But yesterday, the president made a broadcast, and in that broadcast, said that only the 200 Naira notes should be reintroduced. What that means by implication is that the president's broadcast is contrary to that ruling of the Supreme Court. And that in itself is a breach to the rule of law, because the foundation of law is that all persons and authority throughout the Federal Republic of Nigeria must be subjected to the orders of courts. That is to say, nobody is above the law. That is a principle of law. And the rule of law is a vehicle upon which democracy strives. And if you look at it by extension too, you'll find out that the Constitution clearly states this in section 14.2, that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government, talking about governance, CBN, and what all we have in park. Now, the crisis we have today is actually avoidable. It's avoidable in the sense that if only this policy was well thought out, we will not be in this financial crunch that we have today. One would have thought that because the Supreme Court have ruled, the president in his broadcast would have said that since the case is in court now and there's a subsisting ruling of the Supreme Court, the old notes should remain legal tender pending when the Supreme Court determine the substantive suits. But that didn't come from the president that way. The president disregarded the court order and then went on a flurry of his own to make those pronouncements, which is contemptuous.
Now we've seen... sorry, let me just interject now. We've seen the governor of Kaduna State also make his own broadcast, asking the citizens of that state to essentially, literally disregard the president's order, saying that they should continue to use the 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1,000 Naira notes now, based on the order of the Supreme Court. You know, he cited the Supreme Court and said, you know, it's an order of the Supreme Court that should supersede. So he's acting, obviously, he says, based on the order of the Supreme Court. Now, what do you make of that? Could we then accuse the governor of Kaduna State of, could we accuse him of anything at all? Is he in breach of any law?
Well, he has only made a statement drawing the attention of the public to the ruling of the Supreme Court. The statement he made is not false, because truly there is an order. The said order is before the public. It's a public document. We have seen certified true copies of the order. So it will be difficult for one to say that, to accuse the governor of treason or of...
yes, because I've seen some people say he might be charged for treason, and I'm wondering, how is this treasonous?
Under Section 308 of the Constitution, he has immunity. The governors of state and their deputy, the president and the vice president, put together there are about 76 of them or thereabout in the entire country that have that immunity. Okay, so he cannot be charged for treason as we speak, because he is just drawing the attention of the public back to the ruling of the Supreme Court. And he's saying that the Supreme Court have said that those Naira notes will remain legal tender. And that is what it ought to be, because even though the CBN has that power to, under Section 20 of the CBN Act, to redesign the Naira and to manage the Naira and then manage the affairs of the financial policy of the country and all that, when a matter is brought before a court of law, whether it's a magistrate court, a high court, or an appeal court, or the Supreme Court, every person and authority who is party to that suit must respect the order of the court first, whether the order is wrong or right. Now, the Supreme Court have not even determined the suit. The Supreme Court only granted an ex parte application asking parties to stay, to maintain the status quo ante bellum, which means that parties, the old Naira note should continue with legal tender. And you see, the discordant tunes we're having now from the governor of Kaduna State and another one coming from the president, and the confusion was actually created by the president. Was created by the president because if only the president had affirmed or made his broadcasts referencing the Supreme Court ruling and asking the public to submit to the Supreme Court ruling and wait for the substantive suit to be determined, there wouldn't have been any crisis whatsoever. Okay, we know that the intention of the president might be good, may not be far-fetched, but we also know that when your intention overrides the principles of law, your intention will not make a precedent, but the principle of law, the position of the law will make a precedent. Now, at the end of the day, what will be seen in future will be the precedent and not necessarily the intention. So what the president has done is that he has, created a problem. He has created the arena of conflict for anyone to come and be making different kind of broadcast. And you see, the central bank did not even distribute the new notes properly, because it relied on the commercial bank, not knowing that the commercial banks, they are not loyal to the CBN. The commercial banks are subservient to other persons who may have detained the new Naira note that was just printed. So what the old Naira note have suffered in the hands of politicians and their likes, who have detained these funds for the purpose of vote buying, has equally happened to the new note that was printed, because these commercial banks who the Supreme Court, the commercial bank who the CBN gave this responsibility to handle, are not loyal to the CBN, and they are subservient to other.
But let me ask you this: this whole talk about vote buying, is this how to fight vote buying? Do you fight vote buying now by, literally punishing everybody and taking money out of circulation? I have never seen where vote buying is fought like this. This is quite strange.
Well, but that's what they told the public. But for me, I think it's a very bad strategy. It's a bad strategy in the sense that we just amended the Electoral Act. okay, 2022, I had thought that in the Electoral Act 2022, there would have been provisions that will curtail vote buying, or at least there would have been provision that will monitor and then create avenue or platform within which vote buying can be completely terminated. Okay, but there is none of that in the law. We only have punishment if you are caught. We only have punitive measures. What should be done if one is caught, but you don't have any preventive measures. Okay, so for me, I don't even know why the CBN should be the one that will be regulating.
Because I'm just wondering why monetary policy would have to be used to fight a political crisis, because that's what we have at the moment. So it's just baffling to me. But let's go back to what the president has done and its implication now for our judiciary, because just as you said, he set a very dangerous precedent. So, I mean, there must be some very grave implications for what he's done by overruling the Supreme Court in this matter.
Yes. Yeah. The consequences for that is that the president's broadcast is, first of all, contemptuous because the matter is sub judice. So the president appears to have determined the matter, usurped the authority of the judiciary, and then has determined the matter, and now the public have gone the way of the president. Okay? Now, this is not a monarchy where the president's words is law. Okay? I mean, the word of the president is not law because it has not gone through the National Assembly. Mm-hmm. Okay? And any decision or any policy of this kind that have not gone through the process of law cannot stand the test of time. The consequence will be that the president will have to face contempt after his tenure expires, and the tenure will expire some months from now. So,
but then I'm wondering, can you bring legal action against a former president for actions he took while in office?
Why not? I mean, it has not been done in Nigeria, but why not? There's no law against it. There's no, especially when this president has been the only president in Nigeria, democratically elected president in Nigeria, that have consistently disobeyed court order. Consistently disobeyed court order. When Kanu was granted, they refused to release him. That happened to Showore also and so many other persons.
Well, but the irony of all this is that he has legal advisors. I mean, he has the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, who is a very senior lawyer, a senior advocate of Nigeria.
Yes, it's not to have advisors. It's not enough. How good are the advisors? How well grounded in law are they? How much of the technicalities of the law do they understand, and how well do they advise the president? And even if they advise the president, does the president take their advice? Those are issues, underlying issues that we are not privy to. We're not privy to how sound the legal advice comes from the legal team of the federal government, and whether the president even listens to such advice. Those are issues that should be determined as well. But all well and good. For me, I think that the CBN misdirected itself on this policy. The federal government, instead of correcting it when the courts came in to intervene, the federal government has heightened the tension. As we speak today, there were a lot of protests today across Nigeria, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Delta State, in Edo State, and all that. We have crisis in our hands. And the Supreme Court has adjourned the matter to 23rd because some other parties are joining the suit. And if the Supreme Court determines the matter on the 23rd, we'll have 2 days to go to election from there. So it's a very tight situation for us. And I think that people should be careful this period.
Quite tight. For
those who are protesting, I think protests may not be the solution as we speak, because the policemen are out there with AK-47. I don't know why The policemen are going out there to quell.
And the policemen are affected by this as well, because they also need cash.
Yes, they are heavily affected. I mean, there's one of the senators that came out today to say that he needs 70 million naira to prosecute his election, that he needs to pay agents and all that, round down and all that. Even INEC need cash.
Yes.
Logistics. Are you going to give INEC 500,000 naira as the daily limit for withdrawal for corporate organizations or body corporates? Or how exactly is INEC going to operate? Or is INEC, there's an exception to INEC or maybe some other persons or these politicians who sincerely, in some cases, needs logistics to get their agents in all the polling units. That one is not illegal. I mean, those ones are not illegal, except for when they use it to give gratification. But to get their machineries in order, those ones are legal. So how are they going to do it? It poses a lot of questions. And that this is putting pressure on the set election. I don't know how INEC is going to manage the process.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we're still going to discuss that in the course of the program. But let's just leave it at that. Ivan Sufeli, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thank you for your time. And let's just hope this thing doesn't impact the election too badly. It will definitely impact it, but let's hope it's not so bad. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away, because up next, we'll be looking at the 2023 presidential election.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now let's talk about the coming presidential election, which will take place in the next few days. 18 candidates will be on the ballot for the election, and they'll be jostling for the votes of over 90 million Nigerians who are eligible to vote in the election. In fact, what INEC has given is 93,469,008 eligible voters. That's a number of people now, registered voters, who would be voting in the election. Now, among the 18 presidential candidates, 3 of them are widely considered front runners. We have Bola Tinubu of the APC, who of course is from Lagos State. There's Atiku Abubakar of the PDP from Adamawa State. And then you have Peter Obi of the Labour Party. So it's a 3-horse race, unlike in past presidential elections, when it was always between the 2 dominant political parties in the country, the APC and the PDP. This time, this man, Peter Obi, has been able to catapult his party, the Labour Party, into national reckoning within a very short time. So Bola Tinubu of the APC and Atiku Abubakar of the PDP both have a very tough race in their hands. So we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll try to do some explainers. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the question is, how is this election likely to play out? And that's what we'll be doing in the next few minutes. And I have joining me on the program right here in the studio, Libros Oshoma, who is a political affairs analyst and also a lawyer. Libros, thank you very much for coming on the program as always. This would be, we've done this in the past, and it's so nice to have you here. And joining us via Skype from Abuja is Omori Aigbe, who is, of course, an election analyst. Omori, thank you very much for joining us on the program, and thanks a lot for your time. So let's look at what we have here. Libros, you can see what we have here. This is the this is the total number of registered voters now for the 2023 presidential election, or general election, I should say, broken down now into the various senatorial, the various geopolitical zones. So in the northeast, you have Borno, total number of registered voters there, 2.5 million. That's 2,513,281. So you have Gombe, you have Borno, Adamawa, Yobe, Bauchi, Taraba. And then in the northwest, you have Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Sokoto, Zamfara. And then north central, there's Benue, 2.7. You have Kogi, 1.9. Kwara, Nasarawa, Niger, Plateau. FCT is also in the north central. And then you have Ebonyi, Abia, Anambra, Imo, and Enugu. You take a look at the registered voters here. The numbers not really much, but then look at that number in Anambra State is really high, 2.6 plus, and then Imo as well, 2.4. And okay, now we seem to be having a problem with with our screen. But very quickly, Libros, you look at these numbers. The southeast, we're still going to talk about the southwest now. You look at the numbers. What do you think?
Yeah. You see that unlike before, you look at this, let me start from the southeast. You know, unlike before, what we had before, this is quite impressive. You know, the southeast before now, it was easy for people to say, even though the numbers is still, you know, lower compared to the northeast or the northwest. But you'll find out also something is very unique here. You find out that the southeast has about just 5 states. You know, the North Central has about 6.
Yes.
All others have 6.
All others have 6.
And so,
six.
if you look at these numbers, you have 4-point-something million for Kaduna, you have 5-point-something million for Kano. But for the first time, you're having, you know, Abia 2.1 million, Anambra 2.6, Imo 2.4, and then Enugu 2.1, which is very, very
and then let's look at this, the southwest. Lagos, okay, we quickly talk about south.
Before you go to the south, apart from Lagos and Ogun, every other states, you know, in this southwest, you just have 1.9, 1.1, 987, 1.9 also for Ondo. So if you take out Lagos, you would say that the population, the registered voters in the northeast, you know, for the first time has exceeded that one of the southwest. The south, Rivers, Delta State, and Akwa Ibom, you know, had all consistently maintained these figures. You have Rivers, Delta, Edo, Akwa Ibom, and then Rivers had maintained these figures. But unfortunately, now you have Cross River State, you know, even the number of registered voters, you know, growing higher above that of Rivers State. But the unique thing about all of this is that while that of Rivers, you have 1.5 million registered voters, on the day of election, you have close to 1.5 million votes. Unlike these other states in the southwest, usually you have maximum, you have about 50% turnout of voters.
Okay, let me come to you, Omori. You look at these numbers. What exactly do they tell you?
Thank you, and thanks for having me. What it tells me is the usual norm. The Northwest continue to dominate in terms of total number of registered voters. Kano, remarkably high. Kaduna, Katsina, those are states historically that has always been very high. As my brother has talked about, outside Lagos, you literally will find the list of the state with registered number of voters is in the southwest, Ekiti. Before now, one would expect that Bayelsa ought to be like the list, but Bayelsa during the CVRO just move up from about 900,000 registered voters to over a million registered voters, which is remarkably a bit high compared to the number of local government it has. It has 8 local government compared to Ekiti with 16 local government areas in the state. So Northwest, and remarkably, none of the 3 candidates you talked about in your opening commentary is from the Northwest, which means that is likely going to be the hotbed. Even though the one of the deputies did come from Kaduna, from the Northwest. The other, the APC deputies from Northeast.
Yes.
And that's the same zone where you have Atiku Abubakar.
And let's not forget also that even though
Delta in the
sorry,
South.
Maury, sorry to cut you if you can hear me. Let's not also forget that even though he's not considered a front runner, the truth is that Rabiu Kwankwaso, the former governor of Kano State, who is a presidential candidate of the NNPP, is also a strong force, and he's from the Northwest. So now let's go into the business side of things now, and I want to start with you, Maury. You look at these numbers now, and you look at the front runners. Where do you think, that they need to really work very hard to win? You look at the various geopolitical zones. Of course, no geopolitical zone can be taken for granted, but when you talk about where they need to work hard to get the votes, where do you think they should be targeting?
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate the fact that you brought in Kwankwaso. I was just sticking with the introductory 3-horse race. I didn't want. Yes, Kwankwaso does have a role to play in apparently taking all votes in the Northwest. Every one of them need to take the battle to the Northwest. That's where the votes are. Then, if Kwankwaso eventually pick up Kano and Jigawa around the neighborhood, of course, there's a Kwankwaso movement across the state, across the country. The notion is that, except we want to say it's a 4-horse race. The way it is now, generally people don't appreciate the fact that it's a 3-horse race, and it's between the 3 folks that you talked about. The Northwest is the battlefield. And I'm sure each of the 3 candidates are all speaking to Kwankwaso to step down. And I'm aware that the PDP is actually having a conversation with him, and I'm too sure too the APC will be doing that, and of course the Labour Party will be doing that. Don't forget, before now, the Labour Party has actually approached Kwankwaso to join force for them to work together. The Northwest remain the battleground. Okay. Northeast.
Okay, just hold on. Let me come to you, Liberals. He did talk about the other political parties now talking to Kwankwaso, and I'm wondering, is it not too late in the day to do that? Because as we speak now, Kwankwaso cannot, can he step down from the race? You can't have a replacement. So what difference do you think it will make? It's too late in the day.
It's not too late in the day. We are all witnesses to an election in Lagos where the governorship candidate of a party.
No, because I'm saying his name will still be on the ballot anyway, even if he steps down.
Yes, but we're here when a governorship candidate of a political party became a returning officer for his opponent on the day of election in Lagos here. So, like politicians will say, 24 hours is a long time in politics.
No, I'm just wondering, but you will still have his name on the ballot.
I agree, but definitely you're going to have some invalid vote for people that would vote for him. But also that does not take away the fact that, if he's able to talk to his followers, that will, depending on the numbers, that will still be a plus to whoever he aligns with. And if you look at why the Northwest will be a battleground, Kwankwaso, we all agree from the Northwest. The Northwest alone have 7 states. The Northeast has 6 states. The North Central has about 6 states also. The least zone with the least state is the Southeast. And then if you look at the lowest number of registered voters is from Zamfara. That is 1.9. Close to, I think about 700 difference from the number of highest voters in the Southeast. And then, like we said, in the in the Southwest, apart from Lagos, the next is Ogun, I think about 2-point-something million.
Yes.
That's
yes, 2.6.
2.6 million. So when you look at all the numbers from the Northwest, apart from Zamfara, which has 1.9, you have 2 point something million, 3 point something, 4 point something, and 5 point something. So it is a battleground, and considering the fact that the Kwankwaso and the Kwankwasia movement is very popular in Kano and around Kaduna, the Kaduna Aziz. And also, you have a few governors from these areas who are also coming for a second term. The Northeast, you have the running mate of the APC candidate who is from the Northeast, from Borno, and then you have the PDP presidential candidate who is from Adamawa, even though he was elected as a governor but wasn't sworn in because of he was eventually elevated as a running mate. He's been very instrumental in the politics of Adamawa.
Now let me
then the running mate to the Labour candidate is from Kaduna.
Kaduna, yes.
And then the governor of Kaduna State had been consistently on ground for his political party. So how that will pan out, like in Katsina also is the home of the president. And how that will pan out also depending on, you know, what the political parties are ready to give and take.
And probably depending on the influence that the president would want to exert. But let me ask you this. Let me come to you, Omori. Can we assume that the three front runners would be able to win their respective zones?
That's an assumption. It's an assumption because...
How dangerous an assumption is that?
Because, you see, usually people, you know, I don't want to bring religion into this. Usually, you may think that you're popular at home. You can actually lose your home front. It's very rare. It's very easy to do that. We've seen where a former presidential aspirant lost his own state. I mean, popular candidate lost his own state and eventually to the opposition. So, in all honesty, there is a new dynamics in this election. And just as my brother talked about, 24 hours, anything can happen. Anything can happen. A few months ago, about November, December, nobody thought that we'll be discussing Labour Party being a third force. Nobody thought about it. We all thought, I mean, it's the usual fancy. But now, it's becoming almost realistic that it's a third force that we are discussing this matter right now. In 3 days' time, if any of the candidates can win the heart, if any of the candidates can win the heart of Kwankwaso, it will be a game changer. And I tell you, all Kwankwaso needed to do is a usual mosquito campaign, sending it across. Anybody that loses his own zone is going to be detrimental. However, if you look at the candidate of the PDP, historically, Yobe is not the ground for the candidate. And meanwhile, Yobe is northeast. And Bonu is where you have the deputy to the APC candidate. If that candidate eventually wins Bonu State based on that popularity and being a former governor, it therefore would mean that the candidate of the PDP, for you to win the northeast, you have to grab the other states. APC is government in power in Yobe, government in power in Bonu, government in power in Bauchi, in Gombe. If those plays out, it's possible that the PDP may not even win the Northeast. But that's not what directly I'm saying. I'm saying there's a tendency that you can lose your zone based on the peculiarity. But they can also turn around because of the poor governance that persons, particularly citizens of this country, have seen. Most people do not welcome the government at the state level. They feel that they've not performed optimally. And if that is the yearning of the people, it therefore means they are likely to vote against the party in power at the state level, giving another party the advantage it has. And that's across the board. That's across the board.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Liberals, let me get your take on that. I mean, he said it will be detrimental to any of the candidates, the front runners now, to lose their zone. So how important is it, for instance, for these candidates to win their zones?
You see, let me start from the Southeast, for example.
Yes.
Southeast, ordinarily, you say, is a traditional ground for the PDP. But in the last 3 months, you've seen the Obi Kererenke movement that has swept across, especially the campaign that swept across the southeast,
and
Anambra.
We should not forget that's a zone that had always agitated for the presidency. And
exactly.
for them, this is like a big opportunity.
That the presidency should return should be zoned to the southeast.
Yes.
And then you have the traditional politicians from the zone who believes, no, let us stick with the PDP. And then you have the younger people, majority of them, and the traders who believes, no, this is our turn and we must take it. And also, mind you, one of the, the G5 governors is from the southeast. Is from two of them, one from Abia, one from Enugu. Even though you would say that they are traditionally not the owners of the structures of the party in those states, but they still with a few influence. But so it will be easy. It will be easy if care is not taken. It is for the PDP to lose, and I see the Labour Party clearly taking the southeast.
Okay.
North Central.
No, let's quickly
talk. I'm really not talking about North Central.
Can we just talk about southwest? And
the southwest, for example, it is common that the candidate of the APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has consistently, gradually, starting from Lagos, and has taken over almost the entire south.
All the states are PDP, with the exception of Oyo State. And now the Oyo State governor is given the impression that he's supporting the APC
the Oyo
candidate.
State governor is going for a second term, and Oyo has been a traditional battleground where they do not ordinarily return a governor for a second term. But going for second term, he will want a little from here and a little from that. And so he would want to give a few supports to the traditional party in his zone. And so I would see the APC clearly taking a lead there. The South, you will look at Delta.
Okay, and Osun is also PDP.
Osun is PDP, but because of the crisis, you remember we discussed Osun election, the Aregbesola factor, and the narrow margin that the PDP used to win that state. Yeah. So it's still not, yet to huru for the PDP to say they will traditionally take care. And then the South, we've never really talked about the South.
Yes. And
Delta State.
You think it's going to be a battleground state as well?
Yes.
Even when the deputy, the vice presidential candidate
I speak to you
of
now,
the PDP is from the South.
As I speak to you, the PDP, the PDP house in Delta State is in disarray. They are not united. Remember the candidate of the governorship candidate of the party. There's been a running battle between the Ibori faction of the PDP and the Okowa faction. So there might even be some alliance with the APC, in the build-up to election or on the day of election. Edo State, the governor was in APC and then moved to PDP. Shomole, who is from Edo North, still weighed a lot of traditional influence from there. Akwa Ibom, you had a governor, the same thing like Edo. You have a governor who's a godson, is now the governor. You had a former governor, Akwa Ibom. Whether Akpabio is still able to weigh a strong influence from them, mind you, he's on the ballot for senatorial.
Yes.
And then Bayelsa, you have the former president from Bayelsa, even though he's not been playing active politics. And for Bayelsa...
And then you think, you look at what happened in the governorship election where the APC won, but
the Supreme Court by the court. Yeah, exactly. So they would probably want to make, inroad and maintain a consistency there in the build-up to the next election.
You don't think the current PDP government in that state would have consolidated their hold? And
I doubt how well they probably would have consolidated their hold in that state, considering the fact also that the states, that's why the numbers rose from about 900 and something to over a million registered voters. And for Cross River, there's also it's not too settled between the sitting governor, who is now in the APC. And the PDP, his former party. So you have a serious crisis there. And then we'll come to River State, where the governor has consistently bullied opposition, and then you can't say...
The PDP was not able to campaign in that state.
Yes, he's warmed himself to the heart of the people, bullied the opposition, and he has refused the opposition to campaign in that state. So I think also South.
I'm saying the PDP presidential
he has refused
was not
them.
Able, yes.
He has refused them. Let's use the right word. So he's also going to be a very strong one from there, even though the running mate of the PDP is from that zone. And then the North Central. We went to the North Central before. You have Benue State. The governor.
The governor has come out openly that he's
supporting Labour Party.
Yes, exactly.
Because he was in APC, and consistently the governorship candidate of the APC in that state had given the governor a running battle and is fighting tooth and nail to take over from the governor. He seems to enjoy massive support. So the governor now, being a PDP member, he's supporting Labour and definitely still has some influence. So Labour will make inroad into that state and that will divide the traditional vote of PDP. Kogi, the Tatata state of Yaya Bello. I think Yaya Bello might have been able to consolidate a little bit, you know, in Kogi, but not as much as you expected, considering the last election in the state. And then I want to quickly move to Kwara. Kwara, you still have the Saraki factor, and then the current governor, even though, you know, there's still some form of, he needs to, a lot of people are not too happy, even though he's done well, but not as expected. Not as expected. Nasarawa, the same, remember I said North West had 7 states. North Central also had 7 states.
1, 2, 3, 4,
yes,
5, 6, 7.
7 states.
No, FCT is not a state anyway,
FCT,
so let's discount FCT.
Yeah, but you, even if it's not a state, you still enjoy the trappings of a state, even though the minister is appointed by the president. So Nasarawa, I would take Nasarawa and the FCT together, because Nasarawa is almost an extension of the FCT. And even though traditionally also, you have a governor there who is running for a second term, and the APC governor is running for a second term. In Niger State also, I think you have the APC governor who is also running for.
No, he's not running for a second term.
No,
he's doing his last term.
Yeah, the Plateau State is the campaign DG.
There will be new governors in Niger,
and Plateau. The campaign DG of the APC candidate is from Plateau. And considering the fact that also the people are not too happy with his government, and considering the insecurity in that area, these are states to, you know, quickly look out for. But I can tell you that in Plateau, Labour has been able to make a lot of inroad in Plateau. Also in FCT and Nasarawa State, you know, you have quite a number of Labour presence in these places.
Yes. So,
and especially the North Central. North Central, because of the seemingly liberal posture of some voters there, including Kwara State, where you ordinarily would think that would be the APC traditional home. Labour has also been able to make an inroad there. And that's why I would, you know, unlike Kwankwaso, that you can only discuss in Northwest, all of these other states, you can see some glimpse of, you know, Labour inroad, you know, trying to cut a slice from the traditional PDP and APC.
Okay, let's just quickly take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll continue this analysis. We'll be looking at the possible states now that could flip from the outcome of the presidential election in 2019. So stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Let's continue with the analysis of the 2023 presidential election. That election is just in a few days' time, and we're looking at how it might play out. So we're not setting, we're just, you know, we're just giving analysis here, trying to forecast things that may happen. Now, in 2019, the election was between these two men, the incumbent president Muhammadu Buhari and the candidate, the current presidential candidate of the PDP now, Atiku Abubakar. So Atiku Abubakar has actually contested for the presidential election now several times. We don't know if he'll be lucky this time. We'll have to wait and find out. But this is what the result is in 2019. Muhammadu Buhari of the APC, of course, winning it by over 15 million votes, and Atiku Abubakar getting 11.2 million votes. Now, Let us look at the results. I still have Liberal Soshoma with me, and of course in Abuja I have Omori Aigbe. Let's very quickly look at the result of 2019 and then let's try to see if we might see any flip at all in 2023. And let me start with you, Liberals. You look at the Northeast now. We're still looking at it from the geopolitical zones. You look at the Northeast, APC won that's in 2019 now, won in Borno, Gombe. It did not win in Adamawa, but it won in Yobe, it won in Bauchi, and it won in it lost in Taraba. So the APC lost just 2 states in the Northeast in 2019, winning the remaining 4. What do you think it's likely to look like this time?
Mind you, in 2019, you will have to reckon with the Buhari factor.
Yes.
The Say Baba factor, even though it had diminished a little bit, but it was still, just there because it was on the ballot. And then one other thing that is very instructive is the fact that we look at the numbers, 2-point-something million registered voters, 1.9. But by the time you put the total number of votes together, you find out that in most cases you have a little bit about 40%, turnout. Then in a few places you have 50.
So this time, do you think we might see some changes?
Yes.
Do you think the APC would be able to keep Borno, Gombe, Yobe, and Bauchi?
The APC has performed so well in Borno. The governorship is going for a second term. The governor of Borno is going for a second term. The running mate of the
is going for a second term.
The running mate of the APC is also going. The APC presidential candidate is also from Borno State. So Borno, the numbers from PDP might reduce in Borno, and
the numbers of APC.
No, the PDP. The PDP might,
from 71,000 that they got.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm telling you, the numbers might because it will definitely. What they're basically going to do now is your traditional home ground, how much numbers you can show up, in these places, and then.
But we might see a change in Bauchi.
Because
you have a PDP governor.
Yeah, you have a PDP governor. Unlike that was the same state where there was a flip from court judgment.
Yeah.
So the numbers definitely PDP numbers might increase in Bauchi. And in
Taraba, what factor do you think? Because it would appear the Labour Party, some people
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well. You have
in Taraba,
a majority Christian
Taraba is close to Benue State. And majority of the indigenous of Taraba are Christians, and then also considering the fears of the minority in the north, so you might see Labour also making a strong inroad into in Taraba, in Bauchi, this Borno, Gombe, Adamawa, Yobe, and Bauchi states are states where you still have majority of the voters are traditional, the traditional APC and PDP voters.
Yeah.
Labour had not been able to penetrate seriously, even though yes, you have people, the awareness is being created.
And even in the Northwest, would you say Labour has been able to penetrate there to make any difference, to challenge the status quo there? Because, the two dominant parties, the APC and the PDP, have been very strong players in the Northwest of the country.
The same problem in Kaduna, for example, where the running mate of the Labour Party presidential candidate is from Zaria, actually. He's not been able to sell his party the way the presidential candidate has sold his party in his own region.
Very quickly, but let me just bring in Omori here. Omori, you look at the Northwest now. Look at the way the election panned out in 2019. Of course, APC winning Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina. It won Kebbi. It won. In fact, the APC won almost everything in the Northwest, yes, everything. Omori, you look at these figures, you think we might see a change this time?
It's going to change completely. The Northwest is basically a Say Baba. That 2019 election was a Say Baba election. 2015 was also a Say Baba election.
True.
If you remember, the Buhari factor gave birth to a number of senators and House of Representatives who won election based on that way. This will not happen in the same manner, especially now recognizing that there's almost a division within a party, and that on one hand, the APC who supports Bola Ahmed Tinubu think that there's a cabal in the presidency who are working against their victory to give the victory to the party, to the northern candidate. So there's going to be another level of a northern narrative in this election. Whether I like it or not, the President Muhammadu Buhari's vote in 2015 and 2019 will split. And some will go along the side of...
Let me quickly pause you there and ask you. You don't think the fact that all of these states, with the exception of Sokoto, are APC states? I mean, you have APC governors. You don't think that will make a difference for the APC in that zone?
No. I just told you in this election, there are many governors who are going to lose even when you're an incumbent because of the wave that is happening. If you check the number of 84 million registered voters in that election, now we have 93 million registered voters. And just remember that there was some level of anger that erupted around this TVRO that caused some level of improvements in the level of registration of new folks who got registered, particularly young people. Whether the young people are going to support the already existing structure. Don't forget too that I'm not saying that APC and PDP don't have what they call a downvote. There are party members in those states who will necessarily die hard, who will go for their party. But more Nigerians don't belong to parties. More Nigerians are not card-carrying members of either of these parties.
So in that case, would you say, because
in the Northwest,
just as you have said, if you can hear me, just as you have said that many Nigerians are not carrying members of political parties that do not belong, even though they tend to associate with them, would you say that would definitely benefit the Labour Party in the northwest of the country?
It's going to split. It's going to split. That's what I'm saying. You know, my brother just talked about Kaduna. Kaduna State, take it or leave it, what is happening between the president right now and the governor may actually not be too good for the governor, because some people may like it. It may turn positive or negative. If it turns positive, that will be royal for the governor, because he has told the people that, don't worry, Kaduna State will continue to use the old Naira note, disregarding what the president has said. So at the end of the day, will the people of Kaduna State agree with the president or agree with the governor? If they do agree with the governor, it means there's going to be one way. It means that the governor is listening to them. The governor is actually feeling their pain. They may vote for him. But if he flip the other way, it means that he will lose entirely that state. And what will likely happen, and if he loses, it will have a snowball effect, because the same thing is happening in Kano.
Quickly, you want to say something?
Yes, you see, like I said, in Kaduna State, even though the running mates of the Labour Party candidate had not marketed his party well in this state, the way the presidential candidate of the Labour Party had marketed, the party in his own state. But you have a lot of, the Igbos are Republican. You can't take that away. You have a lot of them as traders in Kaduna. And then you have a lot of them in Kano, and few in Katsina. And so you traditionally would expect that these people will go with the candidate of the Labour Party. And some of them you don't even know who naturally now you would assume are from that region, but had been there over time. So they still feel the need. And then you have people from southern Kaduna who consistently had felt, shortchanged. These people are not going to go with the traditional politician. So they are going to go with Labour. So that's in that stead, Labour will make inroad into those areas.
Unfortunately, we haven't got time, but let's just quickly look at North Central and Northeast together now. Northeast, it was all a PDP affair, but I don't think, Southeast, I should say, I don't think it's going to play out like that this time. Do you think so?
I think even the APC in the Southeast, what they are just basically looking for is that you should be scratched 25% from here and there. PDP also are beating their chest that they are going to defeat Labour Party in the Southeast, but I very much doubt that. I doubt that, because even some of the candidates in the major parties are campaigning with the Labour Party presidential candidate to boost up their acceptability, from their party. You have some people from ABGA also who are using the Labour Party candidate, presidential candidate. Northeast, certainly, it's for the Labour Party to lose. Sorry, the Southeast is for the Labour Party to lose, even though it's the least zone with the least number of states, but it is for the Labour Party to lose. And with the number of registered voters that you have there now, if you have a massive turnout, but unfortunately, I fear the insecurity currently going on there now. With that insecurity, whether they will allow people to turn out to vote is a different question of fish altogether.
That's one topic we'll be discussing very shortly now. Omori, just give me your take on the Southeast. How do you think it might pan out?
Southeast will be traditional labor. It's a given, and that's total. PDP may not have the desired result, the same thing with APC. And in fact, it's clear. Even if you look at South-South, South-South is likely going to go for labor because of the wave that we have seen. And again, don't forget what has happened. What happened in 2020 is almost like a replica. It's like a show of force of the 2020 event. And lastly, the body language of the president is already informing some conversation ongoing. Now, who does the president really support? Is it that the president does not support the party candidate? Is he going for? Is he actually going with Obasanjo Labour Party candidate, or is going for Atiku Northern candidate, which is becoming the narrative? So that's where the pointer will go. And if this election turns out to be credible, as we anticipate, with the beavers, the game changer, we'll try to see this election is going to shock all of us. The Labour Party will have an in-way in many of the areas.
Okay, I
mean,
quickly, very quickly.
Edo State, yes, Edo State, Delta State also, you have a lot, even though, some shenanigans, but you have a lot of Labour Party awareness in Delta, in Edo, and in Cross River. So these are areas where traditionally you expect the two dominant parties, but now you have a third force that will definitely take a slice. But in River State is a no-no for, the third force. Not because you don't have people who are members of the Labour Party there, but because also of the insecurity and the crisis. And I have consistently also said, I think our electoral register is, the population is overhyped, because you have, at the end of the day, you have Atiku boasting that he has 11 million votes in Ekiti, even though he scored 11 million votes in the last election. And then you have the narrative of the Northern elders now boasting that, look, they've consistently conceded and now they still their turn. So, and then the language and the body language of the president, how that will pan out. But still, I will tell you that the election is still for the two major political parties to lose. Because when we look at the spread generally, the Labour Party has been able to make a lot of inroad in the south and then in the north central. But in the core northern states, they've not been able to do so well the way they have done well in the south. But a few days from now, we'll tell if they can really hit the ground running in those places.
Yes, and of course, I just want to let you know that after that election, we'll be back here to do an analysis now of the outcome and who has won and who has lost. So I want to thank you, gentlemen, for coming on the program. Libros Oshoma, political affairs analyst and a legal practitioner. Thank you for doing this with us yet again. And thank you so very much for your time. And of course, in Abuja, Omori Agbe, thank you so very much for your time. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you. We appreciate it. Well, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back to continue discussions now around the 2023 general election. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, and use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, all eyes are on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to ensure it delivers a free, fair and transparent elections. The Commission has said it is ready for the polls and has promised that the usual logistics nightmare seen on election day will not happen this time. The chairman of the Commission says INEC officials and materials will arrive polling stations in good time for the commencement of the election. He also said the much talked about bimodal voter accreditation system, or BVAS for short, is ready for deployment and will work without any hitches. So let's hope everything goes according to plan. Now, security still remains a huge concern for the election, and for good reasons. And one particular spot where the concern is high is the southeast of the country, where a separatist group has threatened to disrupt the election there. And INEC facilities continue to come under attack in that region. Just recently, unidentified gunmen attacked a school where INEC was actually using to conduct training now for its staff for the election. Fortunately, the police was able to repel the attackers and no one was killed or injured in the attack, but it left the INEC staff traumatized. The Inspector General of Police has said 400,000 security personnel cutting across the various security agencies in the country will be deployed for the election, but security concerns still remain. Let's discuss all of these issues now. I'm being joined on the program from Abuja by Ezenwanwangu, who is, of course, a member of YAGA and one of the civil society organizations that would be monitoring and observing this election. Thank you very much, Ezenwanwangu, for joining us on the program. Let me start by asking you what concerns you have as we prepare for, as we get to the last stage of preparation now for the election.
Well, thank you, DJ. I'm a member of the board of YAGA. I'm not a member of YAGA. I think I need to put that out quickly. What concerns I have, there are a plethora of them, but topping the concerns that I have will be the current monetary fiasco that the CBN plunged the country into. I think that the INEC vendor relationship will be affected in very significant ways. I have continued to make the point that the INEC leadership must continue to under-promise and over-deliver, because what has happened is that when you capture the imagination of our people and raise their expectations, they hold you inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter. And when they don't match your words with what then happens, because election is a sociological thing, there are chances that if money does not get into the hand of vendors, the URTW folks who will take your materials from one point.
Yeah, go on, I can hear you.
From one point to another, then there is going to be a huge challenge. And what we have always seen is that there is always explanation later. Either that the vendors did not keep to their terms of the MOU and all of that. I think that what needs to happen is that we must understand that this challenge of fuel scarcity and monetary challenges will impact the 25th February election.
So what do you make of that?
Everyone who is concerned would rise to the occasion.
Can I ask you this? So what do you make of that guarantee and promise that the central bank governor gave to the INEC chairman just a few days ago, I think maybe about a week ago, that he would ensure that cash is provided for INEC logistics? I'm just wondering, wouldn't that count?
I don't make, I take it with a pinch of salt. I don't know when I stopped taking the CBN governor seriously when he ventured into politics. Ethical banking is no longer something that you can hold him on in real terms. So, and knowing the institutions that we run in our country, I don't want to get to that point where we are coming back to say, oh, these challenges were envisaged, but they didn't. So the point is that this is the time to put that pressure. Let us be able to touch base with INEC and say in real terms, you are depending on people who you have to give money to get fuel. You are depending on people who you have to give money to be able to move from one point to another. Will that in 1 week, in 2 days time, in 3 days time, will that money get into their hands? Will they be able to have fuel for their vehicles that they are going to use? For the security agents, in good time, they don't get their allowances when they should get it. In the time that you have monetary and fiscal challenges, will they get that money? If those assurances can be tested, I'm not talking about just verbal engagement with it. We remember that we postponed the 2015 election. Remember we postponed the 2019 election, if I'm right. And it doesn't have to be a ritual. It doesn't have to be a ritual. Let us do what we have to do and ensure that we remove all the obstacles. And you know that INEC folks are public officials. They hardly will engage this issue as frontally as the media and civil society should bring it to the front burner, so that we don't come to a point where we're explaining. And Nigerians' leadership and their operatives like to hoist regime of excuses. And I don't think that we should be able to get into that mode. So I'm taking the kind of scenario that I'm painting deliberately, because I think it should be a wake-up call for the duty bearers, the security agents, and all other stakeholders in the election pyramid to do what they have to do.
Now, as we prepare for this election, the dominant issue in the country today, which of course you alluded to, is this cash crunch caused, of course, by the Naira redesign policy of the CBN and the current government. The truth is that whether we like it or not, it's what everyone is talking about today. You look across the country today, the protests and demonstrations we continue to see, and then elections. Election is just a couple of days down the road. I'm just wondering, are you worried that the current situation might impact this election?
I think it has enormous potential to imperil the election. I think it has enormous. The pretension to the contrary is what worries me. My brother, the argument is that the redesigning, part of one hidden outcome will be that it would stop electoral corruption, or it will minimize electoral corruption. That is far from the truth. The work of maintaining law and order in the election is in the remit of the security agencies and not in fiscal policies and monetary policies. What will then happen is that with the scarcity that you have created an enabling condition for those who ordinarily will have had the capacity to resist being induced to now go for it and even make a demand. That's the condition you have created. And if those who should know are pretending that they don't know, then imagine that in states like Ekiti and Osun that we just came out from, we were getting reports about 7,000 naira, 5,000 naira for votes, paid for votes. Now, in this situation, all you need to do is to dangle a new 2,000 naira note. I can't fathom why people can't see that. So the responsibility will be on the security agencies. INEC will deploy its men and materials, but the challenge of vote buying and vote trading will be a big issue for the 2023 general election.
And of course, no thanks to the current policy, the current Naira swap policy, just as you have said. Now, let's quickly talk about Anambra, the southeast region. We saw an attack in Anambra State just recently. We can't count the number of INEC facilities that have been attacked in that region. It's a huge concern for a lot of people, and that, some people have said all of this could, they have the potential of preventing people from coming out on election day to vote. And not quite long ago, a separatist group also issued a stay-at-home order on election day. And I'm just wondering, what impact do you think in terms of security now from what we have seen, all these attacks that we have seen and the latest attack now? How do you think all of this might impact turnout on election day in the Southeast?
The if election fails is a failure of law enforcement. The ragtag non-state actors, armed state actors have no capacity to defeat and indeed to overwhelm state forces if they are determined to provide security. And let me tell you, if you followed, luckily you followed the Anambra scenario.
Yes.
And I shouted myself hoarse before the Anambra election that the election will hold. And the reason why I said it will hold is because the elites in the Southeast, the political elite of the Southeast, understand that they cannot subvert what is in their enlightened self-interest. If elections does not hold in Southeast, a president will emerge, and a state of emergency will be declared in the area. It's as simple as that. And so, who wants that? So, at this point in time, like I said, everyone in the Southeast, both the traditional and moral institutions, the market women, the mothers of the militants and the rest of them must weigh in at this time and call their children to order, and understand the fact that if elections does not hold, it is the Southeast that loses out. There is no explanation. Oh, if other parts of the country go into the election and you don't, so what happens? What is the vote from the Southeast? What is the volume of vote from the Southeast? Even if one person is deprived from participating, its impact on the credibility and legitimacy of the election. So it's the responsibility of the stakeholders in that area. We have few days for everyone to begin to make the necessary contributions to ensure that elections hold in that area. And then lastly for me on that is the value for money. If we are going to be deploying 400,000 security agents, there has to be value for money. If we pay them allowances, if we pay them transportation and all that they deserve to protect us, we then should be able to match whether they were able to protect us with the resources that we put in there. And that for me is the challenge. There has never been security accountability. What we hear is those figures, and then at the end of the day, we hear about violence, and then no consequence management, nobody is penalized, no sanctions, and then we move on. And then we set up a Justice Lebu committee, and then it will produce white paper, and we will leave the white paper in the cupboard, and nothing would go on. And that is the tragedy of our situation. So except that we come to a point where we match security deployment with service delivery outcomes and value for money, we will continue to tell the same story.
Board member of YAGA, thank you very much for coming on the program for talking to us. Let's just hope this election goes peacefully. That's what we hope and pray for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Well, that's how much we can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. But just before we go, I want to say this to you. On election day, please go out and feel free to choose whoever you want to be your president in 2023. The fact is that this is an election. We should conduct it peacefully. There should be no resort to violence at all. Let's just work to make our country better. So let's wish ourselves the best of luck. Bye-bye. I'll see you after the elections.
Disobedience to court is a very bad precedent by any government, as there is no society that can prosper through lawlessness. Buhari and the whalers. 4 months after he was sworn in as president, President Buhari promised to abide by the rule of law and insisted that his government would not tolerate anybody undermining the rule of law. But, however, few months to the tail end of this administration, the president and his government has disobeyed more than 40 court orders, according to Dr. Kolawole Olaniyan, lawyer to Amnesty International. In August 2018, while declaring open the 58th Annual General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association in Abuja, President Buhari shocked his audience when he attacked the rule of law by declaring that the right of Nigerians must always take a second place when national security and public interests are concerned. His Attorney General, Malemi, was also quoted to have said the rule of law is what the authorities or the government determine it to be. Only Nigeria. In 2015, just come with me on this journey, Sambo Dasuki, former National Security Advisor to former President Goodluck Jonathan, was charged for allegedly diverting 2.1 billion and illegal possession of firearms, $2.1 billion. Despite being granted bail on at least 6 different occasions by various courts, including the ECOWAS courts, President Buhari persistent refused to comply with order. His government and the DSS refused to comply with the order. Nigerians complained. The opposition kicked. Even as the economy, in spite of all of this, the economy was biting harder. But trust them, the APC and Buhari supporters called whoever complained a whaler and a beneficiary of corruption. The government and the SSS severally disobeyed court order of the Federal High Court in Abuja on Mazina Kanu's bail and accessed by his legal team and family members, including the recent one by a 3-man panel of the Court of Appeal Abuja that ruled that Nnamdi Kanu's rendition from Kenya by the Nigerian government was illegal. Anybody that complained was labeled a bad loser, whaler, or even IPOB. Enzazaki Uko, he was arrested by the military on December 14, 2015, after a clash between his child group and officers of the Nigerian Army, where at least 347 members of this group were killed. Trust, this is Nigeria. Nobody was prosecuted for the killing. Yet he was detained without trial for 17 months. His groups, as usual, took to the streets, mass protests. The opposition called on the government to comply with court orders granting him bail. Nigerians shouted that President Buhari was sliding into a full-blown dictator. But alas, the APC and Buhari supporters called whoever complained a whaler and insisted that Buhari was in order. In July 2016, the Supreme Court gave an order reaffirming the nullification of the 2006 controversial transfer of the aluminum smelting company Ascom to a Russian firm, despite the clear provisions of Section 287 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that clearly states that all court's order and judgment must be obeyed by all and sundry. The Buhari administration once again disobeyed the court order, and whoever complained was called a whaler and a beneficiary of corruption. Trust Nigerians. How about my very good friend, brother, Omoyole Sowore, the publisher of Sahara Reporter? A former and current presidential aspirant was arrested by the DSS in August 2019. And despite a Federal High Court order granting him bail, the SSS bluntly refused to release him. When we complained, APC supporters, including those who once eulogized Sowore as a hero when he criticized government of Jonathan, suddenly said, Sowore won't say done too much. Buhari means well. Whalers are just complaining and making issues out of nothing. How about judges' houses that were invaded at midnight in a Gestapo-like manner in 2018? And the Chief Justice of the Federation was removed from office arbitrarily via an ex parte order because the government, of course, wasn't comfortable with his independent-mindedness. Lawyers, the media, and politicians were divided on the matter. But APC and Buhari supporters taunted anybody when complaining. They say you be whaler or a beneficiary of corruption. That you're angry that Buhari has removed your hand from the cookie jar. In 2018, the Federal High Court in Abuja directed the federal government to set the debt limit as provided for by Section 42(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. The judgment was never obeyed, and those when complained were called whalers. In 2021, Justice Stephen Palm of the Federal High Court in Port Harcourt stopped the Federal Land Revenue (FRS) from collecting VAT, and held that it was constitutionally the role of state government to do so. Despite dismissing the application by the FRS for stay of execution pending appeal, the federal government never obeyed that order for one day. How about the court order by Justice Mohammed Idris of the Federal Court Abuja directing the federal government to publish details of the spending of recovered funds by successive governments since 1999? This order entered voicemail and was never obeyed. If you talk about Navy Captain Dada Labinjo, who was allegedly detained in an underground detention facility by DIA in Abuja from September 12, 2018, despite the court order for his bail by his lawyer Femi Falana, the order was flouted, and APC and Buhari supporters said anybody that complained was a whaler and didn't mean well for Nigeria. After all, in the eyes of APC then, Buhari can do no wrong. Now that Buhari has redesigned the Naira note and phased out the 500 Naira and 1,000 Naira note without regard to the Supreme Court order requesting parties to maintain status quo or allow both old and new note to coexist, pending the determination of a matter submitted for adjudication. That's Supreme Court. The table has turned 360. And like in 2018 and 2019 on the Chief Justice matter, the lawyers, the media, politicians, and Nigerians are divided on the matter. Well, depending on the political party they belong to. The APC now is complaining bitterly and insisting that the president must obey court orders, while the PDP and Labour Party opposition parties have been praising Buhari to high heavens and taunting anybody that complained as a whaler and proposed election riggers. As you now hear, the bushmeat don't catch the hunter. There's protests everywhere across the country. The economy is dwindling and things are getting harder. The hitherto whalers are now the hailers, while the re-hailers have been turned into the whalers. I will therefore advocate, in democracy where the constitution is supreme and responsibility are clearly spelled out, in order for the constitution to work, you must have law-abiding people and a government willing to obey the constitution, and a people ready and willing to hold the government accountable, irrespective of party loyalty or affiliation. When you encourage your government to disobey court order because it doesn't affect you, or because it affects you, it favors you, you are indirectly setting a precedent that encourages impunity and will eventually snowball into anarchy and dictatorship. By that time, just pray that country go every day for you to govern. Well, this will be a good place to rest this matter for now. Until next week, kindly follow us on all our social media platforms shown on your screen. And remember, as you go out to the polls, please, I beg of you, remain peaceful. Support your candidate. Don't be intimidated and don't intimidate others. Politicians won't die for you. So remain alive to live your life. See you next week.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in, and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg. Some drawing my clothes or my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying, that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carry the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they called out the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no need of one Voduma and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. These are stories we're monitoring at the moment. At least 5 persons are feared dead as gunmen attacked a Sienna bus belonging to the Labour Party candidate for Enugu East Senatorial District, Oyibo Chukwu. According to reports, the incident happened around Ekotu in Enugu South local government area in Enugu State late on Wednesday. The governorship candidate of the Labour Party, Chijioke Edeoga, who confirmed the unfortunate incident, said that the gunmen shot Chukwu inside his vehicle with 5 other people with him and set the car ablaze. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) is to conduct the upcoming general elections in super calms following persistent insecurity in liberated 4 councils of Borno State. Speaking on INEC's preparedness in Maiduguri on Wednesday, the resident electoral commissioner Mohammed Ibrahim disclosed that elections in the no-go areas are to be conducted at the super camps of Nganzai, Marte, Monguno, Damasak, Doro, Baga, and Cross Kawa in Kukawa Council. The Kogi State government has called on Nigerians to what it described as the ridicule the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has made of the fight against corruption in Nigeria, with its disgraceful fixation on the state in the pursuit of desperate political interest of its chairman, Abdul Rashid Bawa. The Commissioner for Information and Communications in the state, Kingsley Fanwo, in a statement on Wednesday, said that Bawa had confirmed that his mandate at the EFCC was to bring down perceived enemies of those who planted him there at the expense of the nation's integrity. According to him, the Kogi State government has no property that can be forfeited to the federal government under any guise, calling it a campaign of calumny taken too far. In COVID updates, data from the new Office for National Statistics (ONS) indicates that people from ethnic minority backgrounds are no longer significantly more likely to die of COVID-19. Analysts looked at mortality rates for different ethnic communities between January and November 2022, when Omicron was the dominant COVID variant. Early in the pandemic, deaths involving coronavirus were higher among Black and Asian people than white people, with the highest risk among Bangladeshi, Black, Caribbean, and Pakistani groups. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has debunked rumors of its plans to halt financial transactions from the 23rd to 27th of February 2023 ahead of the upcoming elections. A WhatsApp message announcing that the Apex Bank will shut down all electronic bank networks between Thursday and Monday in order to prevent vote buying went viral at the beginning of the week. Sharing a copy of the said message via its verified Instagram page on Wednesday, the CBN said that the report was false and advised the public to beware of fake news. A series of earthquakes has hit a remote region of Tajikistan bordering China, with the strongest tremor measured at magnitude 6.8. According to reports by the U.S. Geological Survey and Mediterranean Seismological Center, the quake struck at about 5:37 a.m. local time on Thursday, about 40 miles west of Mogul near the border with China's Jiaxing province. No casualties have been reported so far. In sports, former Liverpool star Jose Enrique has hit at the club's players Virgil van Dijk, Mohamed Salah and Trent Alexander-Arnold following the club's first leg 5-2 defeat to Real Madrid on Tuesday. Enrique said Salah and Van Dijk were completely off against Real Madrid, while Alexander-Arnold has been playing badly so far this season for Liverpool. He also criticized Liverpool for selling Sadio Mane and signing the likes of Darwin Núñez and Cody Gakpo. That's all on the newsroom at this time. Thank you for watching.
I think that Nigerians should take the advice of Dele Farotimi and not die in the wars of their politicians. Vote wisely, Nigeria. Ordinarily, during elections, we ought not to be talking about ethnicity nor religion. The ethnicity of the president does not mean that he will do well. Rather, we ought to be talking about competence, capacity. We ought not to be talking of age, even if the people who show up to be elected to be president are people who are capable. But we know that in Nigerian elections, anything goes. Also, religion ought not to even be a part of our conversation. Religion should be personal. Nigeria is a secular state. But again, we are hypocrites in that the people who are going to steal public funds come to a meeting and they say, let us pray. They know right after they are going to steal, but they say, let us pray. So we pray at every public function, but we are not even a righteous nor holy people. Yes, let's leave it to God to judge. At the same time, let's leave religion out of our politics and vote who will develop Nigeria. So I will repeat myself, vote wisely, Nigeria. Today, I've come to talk about the elections. Please, if you see violence, rather than get involved, record it and report it on your Flag It app. Go to your polling unit early enough. Hold your water, your umbrella if you want. When you are given your ballot paper and you put your finger, preferably your index finger, in ink, please ensure that you're voting within the lines. When you're done, rather than fold your ballot paper like this in a way that it may smear another party logo. Please fold like this. This way it will go into the ballot box easily, and if it smears at all, it will still be along the party logo of the candidate that you are voting for. I pray that we vote wisely, and at the end of these elections, all Nigerians benefit. Do not fight. Do not argue with anyone. Do not wear party logo t-shirt or face cap or anything. Campaigns end 2 days before the elections. Let's do what is right for ourselves, and at the end, you and I will succeed in 2023. Do not forget to vote wisely in Nigeria.
장애인은 우선은 사실 무언가를 잘 못한다. 그리고 일반 사회에서는 또 경제적인 효용성, 장애인을 포함시키려면 돈이 많이 들어 라고 하는 이런 편견들이 있죠. 장애라고 하는 디서빌리티는 사실 각각의 장애인이 내 등에 짊어지고 다니는 게 아니라는 거죠. 근데 그게 가지고 있는 것으로서 자동으로 장애가 발생되는 게 아니라 사실은 내가 가지고 있는 그런 결함들이 나를 둘러싸고 있는 사회적 환경 또는 사람들의 태도 이런 것과 부딪혀서 이제 상호작용을 할 때 그때 이제 장애가 된다는 거죠. 그들을 disabled 하게 만드는 거는 그들 자신이 아니라 우리 사회다라고 하는 거. 그러다 보면 이제 우리 동시대를 살고 있는 우리 개개인의 어떤 책무성 이런 것들이 좀 느껴질 거라고 생각합니다.
마음도 굉장히 예쁘고 부드럽고 정확하고 사랑이 되게 많이 주는 것 같아요. 근데 이제 대부분 자폐증을 갖고 있는 강박이라는 불안 때문에 겪는 어떤 도전적인 행동이 이제 오해를 일으킬 뿐이지 한소리 자체로서는 정확하고 사랑 많고 늘 나눌 준비가 되어 있는 친구 같아요. 엄마 봐요. 앞에. 늘 하는 얘기지만 뭐 스케치북이 감당이 안 돼서 나중에 A4 용지와 한 문씩 하는 거를 하루 아니면 하루 반 만에 다 소진을 했거든요. 어떤 분들은 너무 그 그림 좋다고 하시는 거예요. 저는 너무 싫은 거예요. 왜냐하면 무슨 그림을 그리고 나서 자기 감정에 쑥 들어갔다가 거기서 막 헤매는 느낌을 받아서 그 한 소리로서는 너무나 큰 자폐에 있는 것 같아서 제가 그걸 빼내느라고 그림을 못 그리게 했었어요. 청소년기에는 이제 이렇게 그룹으로 할 때만 그리게 했고 어렸을 때 그런 상처 때문에 굉장히 예쁜 색을 다 칠해놓고도 그 위에다 검정색으로 다 뒤덮었어요. 근데 그림은 성장인 것 같아요. 그 아들의 그림, 어릴 때 그림을 쭉 보면은 이게 성장이고 심리적인 변화구를 볼 수가 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 어렸을 때는 예쁘게 칠했다가 새까만 색으로 다 엎었다가 그 새까만 색이 없어지고 예쁜 색이 남아있다가 나중에는 선으로 또 자기 마음을 표현을 하고 점으로 표현하고 그렇게 그림 성장을 하는 것을 보게 되었습니다.
어릴 때 그 두돌 그때는 장애라는 생각은 아직 안 들었었고 겉으로 보이는 것은 하나도 뭐가 나타나는 게 없었으니까. 그런데 이제 굉장히 인지가 떨어지고 안이 산만하고 언어가 일단 되지가 않고 이제 그래서 이제 이것저것 검사하면서 나중에 이제 심한 학습 장애를 가진 지적 장애죠. 이제 그렇게 제가 이제 판정을 받았는데 그 원주에서 한 10년 살면서 굉장히 변로산으로 많이 뛰어다니면서 놀고 그래서 지금 그리는 것도 주로 다 그런 자연을 많이 그리는 게 그런 이유에서 그런 것 같아요. 굉장히 활발하고 명랑하고 사랑스러운 딸입니다. 혜신이가 정말 감성이 풍부하다는 걸 제가 알았어요. 그렇게 감성이 풍부한 아이니까 막 흥분해가지고 막 무슨 말 하고 싶어서 막 뛰어와서 뭐라고 하는데 못 알아듣겠으니까 뭐라고? 그러면은 또 한 번 말할 때 응? 그러면 그다음에는 그냥 아니야 그러면서 이렇게 시무룩해서 가고. 그러니까 제가 그걸 볼 때마다 마음이 너무 슬퍼서 얘가 갖고 있는 이런 막 그 흥분되고 격한 그 뭘 봤을 때 기쁘고 막 이런 것들을 얘기하고 싶은 걸 말로는 안 되는구나. 엄마조차도 그걸 못 알아듣는구나. 내가 그러면 그림으로 한번 네 마음을 표현해 봐라. 그러면서 이렇게 그냥 그림을 그리게 해준 거지. 무슨 뭐 화가가 되러 무슨 그런 생각도 해본 적도 없고. 이제 그래서 하기 시작했는데 조금씩 우리 발달장애 아이들 몇 명이 그룹으로 선생님한테 이렇게 지도를 받았는데 그 선생님이 그러시더라고. 혜진이는 얘한테 참 독특한 게 있어요. 아, 혜진이는 자기 속에 그리고 싶은 것들이 있구나. 이게 안 나와서 그렇지. 그러니까 그런 욕구가 강하다는 거를 선생님들이 먼저 알아보시더라고요. 그래서 그냥 조금씩 이렇게 해주다가 고등학교 때는 진짜 갈 데가 없죠. 그런데 고등학교 입시미술학원에 선생님께 부탁을 했어요. 특별히 가까이 학원에서 그냥 뭘 그릴지 몰라도 한번 데리고 있어봐 달라고. 몇 개월이 지나서 알았어요. 혜진이가 이렇게 꽃과 나무와 이런 자연을 너무너무 그리고 싶어 한다는 거를 어떤 기회를 통해서 알아서 그때부터 혜진이가 이제 쫙쫙쫙 그림을 그리기 시작해가지고 선생님이 이제 눈여겨보셨어요. 그래서 고등학교 졸업하면서 바로 전시를 해준 거예요.
WHO가 2011년도에 월드 리포트를 발간을 했어요. 근데 거기에서 밝히기를 전 세계 15%의 인구, 즉 10억 명 정도가 장애인이라는 겁니다. 근데 그 수치는 우리 7명 중에 1명이 장애인인 거예요. 그럼 제 주변에 7분 중에 1명이 장애인이어야 되잖아요. 제가 학교 다닐 때 그럼 우리 교실에서 그 많은 비율의 장애 친구들이 있었는지, 또는 내가 일하는 일터에 우리 골목에, 내가 사는 우리 집에 우리 골목에 7명 중 1명의 장애인이 있는지 없잖아요. 지금 수십 년이 20년이 더 흘렀는데도 지금도 그런 비율로 없거든요. 그렇다면은 우리의 다수가 살기 조금 더 편하고 이런 뭐랄까요, 경제 효용적인 사회를 위해서 따로 이렇게 잘 배치를 한 거잖아요. 그래서 프로텍션을 하면서 다른 비장애인들이 누릴 수 있는 그 여러 일상 속의 다양한 기회들이 있잖아요. 근데 이것까지 이제 송두리째 앗아가 버리는 거라고 저는 생각을 해요.
In the Asia-Pacific region, there are about 470 million people who are of working age, and data shows that disproportionately persons with disabilities have difficulties finding decent work, and this leads to increased rates of poverty among persons with disabilities. And we have found throughout history social exclusion and social injustices and inequality, they all lead to conflict and social discourse. So in order to prevent conflict, it is absolutely critical to make sure that everybody is included in these efforts to build a harmonious and just society.
제 개인적인 견해일 수도 있겠습니다만은 장애는 벽이 될 수는 예술에서는 없다고 생각합니다. 장애에 대한 그 편견은 학습이나 경험에 의해서 생긴다고 생각을 했어요. 인간 본성이 편견이 있다라고 말하는 사람도 있습니다만은 학습이나 경험에 의해서 편견이 생겼다면 좋은 경험과 학습으로 편견을 줄이거나 없앨 수 있다라고 생각을 했었고, 장애인들은 항상 뭔가 은혜를 받는 존재, 우리는 베푸는 그 존재라는 게 사실은 쉐어가 아니라 디바이드라는 개념이 강해서 그런 거를 깨고자 이번 전시를 마련했습니다. 이번 전시는 그 아셉 2020에 이어서 그 두 번째에 해당하는 그 발달장애 아티스트 특별 초대전입니다. 국내 작가들 그 43명의 100여 점의 작품으로 진행을 하게 된 그런 전시입니다. 예술의 전당은 저희 나라에서는 그 가장 큰 전시장으로서 그 보통 그 일반 작가들도 이쪽에서 전시를 한 번 하는 걸 큰 영광으로 이렇게 생각을 합니다. 상업 전시에 이번에 틀을 마련을 해서 무조건 기회만 주는 게 아니라 제대로 된 좋은 기회. 그러면 사람이 이렇게 작품을 보는 눈도 달라지거든요. 그 장애인들에 대한 전시는 그냥 와서 봐주는 거. 시간 되면 가서 볼게. 공짜 티켓 줘. 이런 개념들이 컸습니다만은 당당하게 이 친구들은 자기들의 상상력을 수많은 시간의 땀과 열정으로 이렇게 우리들 앞에 선물을 준 거기 때문에 사실은 이거는 저희들이 정당한 비용을 지불을 하고 그 상업 전시로서의 자리매김을 해야 돼요. 그래야 이 친구들도 언젠가는 재정적으로 독립을 할 수가 있고 사회에서 저 친구들은 평생 우리가 경제적으로 도움을 줘야 돼. 이런 느낌이 강하잖아요. 그래서 그런 것들을 깨는 게 이번 중요한 목적 중에 하나입니다.
비장애 작가들의 작품들보다 더 상상력이 뛰어나다고 느꼈습니다. 네.
너무 멋진데?
쉬어가지고
감사합니다. 네. 너무 멋져요.
작가님과 같이 사진 찍어서 되게 기분이 좋았는데요. 우리 이제 비장애인, 우리 사회에서 그분들을 충분히 받아들여줄 그 마음이 되어 있고 어떤 조건이 되어 있을 때 이분들의 재능이 사회에 기여될 수 있는 그런 기회를 줄 수 있지 않나. 그럼 그게 비장애인들에게도 도움이 될 수 있는 그런 장이 있을 거라고 분명히 생각하고요. 더 많은 이런 기회가 있었으면 참 좋겠다고 생각이 듭니다.
네, 사실 세상은 이미 본래적으로 다양하다고 생각합니다. 그런데 그 다양한 주체들이 그냥 있는 그대로 다양하게 참여하게 되면 그것이 다양성 있는 사회가 되는데 인클루전이라는 게 사실 어디에 내가 속하는 거잖아요. 그래서 이런 참여의 기회가 계속 보장이 된다면 자연스럽게 그 구성원이 다양해지는 거고, 그렇다면 그 구성원들을 위한 어떤 정책을 만들거나 제도를 만들거나 서비스를 만들거나 할 때도 자연스럽게 이제 그 다양한 목소리가 이제 들어갈 거라고 생각이 돼서 허들에 걸려서 못 넘어왔던 장벽이 없어지고 이제 자연스러운 이제 참여가 일어나게 된다면 저는 우리 사회가 조금 더 포용적이고 그렇다면 이제 다양한 목소리들을 내게 되는 그런 사회로 갈 거라고 생각을 합니다.
우리 모두가 조금 더 오픈해서 비껴주고 이해해주고 좀 참아주면은 더불어서 함께 잘 살 수 있다고 생각이 들어요.
이 사람들이 겉으로 보이는 모습과 보이지 않는 이 사람들의 내면의 생각들, 마음들이 세상을 보는 눈이 이렇게 찬란하고 이렇게 다정하고 이렇게 재미나고 벽이 없구나. 저는 개인적으로 회신하고 살면서 인생에 정말 뭐가 본질일까, 뭐가 정말 중요한 걸까라는 거를 매번 생각하게 되거든요. 효율적인 것으로 너네들이 보여줄 테니까 여기 있어, 우리끼리 갈게, 이렇게 하는 것은 실적이 좋을 수 있지만 과연 그것이 질 높은 삶인지는 생각해 봐야지 되는 거죠.
이 장애 문제는 각 가정에서 해결할 수 있는 문제가 아니에요. 같이 가야 돼. 사회가 같이 가지고 그리고 이웃이 같이 가지고 더불어서 살아야 된다고 생각을 하는데, 공평한 건 뭐냐면 우리에게 없는 게 그들에게 있어요. 그들에게 없는 게 우리에게 있잖아요. 그거 사실은 교환하면 된다고 생각해요. 우리가 가지고 있는 건강함을 나누고 그들이 가지고 있는 다름을 우리가 받고 이러면 정말 멋진 세상이 될 것 같아요.
I don't know how to swim, but when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves, and our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in, and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg, some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up. In a way, the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they called out the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They are using it to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
As technology continues to advance globally, Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to two of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience he's acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
I mean, when I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we were not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I felt, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we will be limiting a number of people. Because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so, for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce the next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet. You have power supply, you have facilities, like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of the, all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then, for us, it's a milestone because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development, and this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
Money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up the same thing. So how do you set up the same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. And it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubochi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car, I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help in community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government, because he was given an award by the president in November 2020, and now he's developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN, people that RAIN has actually promoted or produced, and they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you'll see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development. I'm actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that RAIN will be churning out. Anyways, this next innovator will blow your mind. With its invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Ving Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. We do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off the electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world. My name is Onyeka Onwoka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited. Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay. Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Onwoka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app. And the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it. Then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then remove, you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Within Global Technologies will make sure your security is intact. Within Global Technologies will make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Within Global Technologies will make sure your comfort is what you need. It will make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We'll make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone, or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, he gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that a guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? So from your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms we are booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always stay strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 Naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling, looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing pushing. And now you can sync our OVO Smart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OVO Smart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
At first, when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, there are people. People have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus. We had no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us. People we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is growing because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for his innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies. I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices, and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.
Many thanks for staying with us on the newsroom. Here are the stories we're following at this time. I am Folashade Ogrinde. Gunmen have killed Onyibo Chukwu, the candidate of the Labour Party for Saturday's Enugu East Senatorial District election. Chukwu was reportedly killed at Amechi Awunawu in Enugu South, LG of Enugu, on Wednesday when gunmen opened fire on his convoy. The gunmen were also said to have killed 5 of his supporters who were with him in the car. Chukwu's death comes days before the presidential and National Assembly elections in the country. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Usman Alkali Baba, has ordered the restriction of vehicular movement across the country on the day of the presidential election. For spokesperson Muyiwa Adejobi, in a statement on Wednesday, said the restriction would be from 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. He added that only security operatives on election duty are to be seen around voting centers, adding that the ban on unauthorized use of sirens, revolving lights, covered number plates, and tinted glasses is still in force. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has debunked rumors of its plans to hold financial transactions from the 23rd to the 27th of February 2023 ahead of the upcoming elections. Sharing a copy of the said message via its verified Instagram page on Wednesday, CBN explained that the report was false and advised the public to beware of fake news. The rumors come amid the Naira redesign policy and currency swap, which has resulted in scarcity of cash across several regions in the country. The Queen Consort has pulled out of a visit to a food charity in East London as she continues her recovery from COVID-19. King Charles made the trip solo, instead meeting with staff and volunteers at the Felix Project. Buckingham Palace said that the Queen has made an excellent recovery but has taken some more time out ahead of a busy schedule on Thursday. The federal government has announced the preferred bidder for the concession of the 700 megawatts Zungeru hydroelectric power plant for a fee of over $70 million per year for a period of 30 years. It named the preferred bidder as Mainstream Energy Solutions Limited and also announced the approval of the merger of Egbin Power Plant with KEPCO Energy Resources Nigeria Limited. The 700 megawatts capacity Zungeru HPP is Nigeria's second largest hydroelectricity power station behind the KNG hydroelectric power plant, which has a capacity of 760 megawatts. Ukraine has been told to expect Russian missile attacks to coincide with the anniversary of the invasion, its intelligence services say. The United Nations is expected to approve a resolution that condemns Russia's invasion of Ukraine and calls for peace as soon as possible. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was described as an affront to the world's collective conscience by UN head Antonio Guterres. In sports, John Motson, the legendary football commentator, has died at the age of 77. Motson worked for 50 years for the BBC and commentated on more than 2,500 games on television and radio, becoming one of the most recognizable voices in English football. Motson, known for his trademark sheepskin coat and affectionately nicknamed Motty, covered 10 World Cups, 10 European Championships and 29 FA Cup finals for the BBC before retiring from the broadcaster in 2018. And that's it on the newsroom. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Our ability to participate in government, to elect our leaders, and to improve our lives is contingent upon our ability to access the ballots. We know in our hearts of hearts that voting is a sacred right, the font from which all other right flows. Ndokwa decides. Ndokwa, as you get to the polls this weekend to exercise your franchise, remember where you are coming from. Remember the past and the treacherous condition you have been forced into by your leaders, who by all stretch of imagination has shown you a lack of representation. You know, amongst the politicians jostling for power, the ones whom you have donated your allegiance to in the past, and how they were unable to give you the kind of representation that you deserve. So you didn't see the actualization of the dividend of democracy, not a practical manifestation of good governance. This week, don't vote for these non-performing politicians. They will go there with the same attitude, same failure, and lack of creativity. We cannot continue to make these mistakes year in, year out. The only way we can put these folks behind us is to stop them at the polls. We must kill the mosquito that bites the slave, because we have no guarantee that if it sees the bottom of the king, it will not do the same. When you vote, ensure that you go through the beavers process. If anyone tells you to go vote without the beavers validation process, say no. If you do, your vote will not count. There will be overvoting in that polling unit, and the result therein will be cancelled. Do not allow people working for the opposition to lure you into actions that may invalidate your vote. Don't sell your vote at the polls. People will come around and offer you money as gratification to sell your vote for their candidates. Ignore them. Whoever sells or commercializes his franchise is breaking the law and will be prosecuted once caught doing so. The said person attracts curses to his own soul, and the consequences and spiritual implications are far-reaching. Vote according to the dictates of your conscience. The polling unit is in your constituency, and community belongs to you, and you should decide what happens there. Do not allow anyone or a group of persons to come there and disrupt the system and or decide what happens there. You must submit to orderliness and the rule of law as you assemble to exercise your civic responsibilities. Voting is a civil sacrament. Remember, don't vote for the enemies of Ndokwa. There are many of them on the ballot parading themselves as party flag bearers. Ignore them. Do not allow evil to gain control of the polls in Ndokwa land. Identify your choice carefully on the ballot paper. The name and the logo of the political party are there in alphabetical order. The names and passports of the candidates are not on the ballot paper, remember. Only the names and logos of the political parties you will find. Ndokwa, ngwajeni kuno posao, umweza ifu na ofia, ejeru no, ishagware. I shall go to Rabbi again.
trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when a machine has lived its when a machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they are all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty. When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful thing. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other, move from one idea to other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
So this is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproducts of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still Well, we could talk, it's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories. And each of these elements, you see the rod, these are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks, you see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up this works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved this characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but how did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as shadow-modernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African let me put it this way, post-classical African art, whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakwe, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
The African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that that is a post-African art. In other words, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers live. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. you see the form itself looks like the form of a guitar, like the form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end, you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart, and you see that it's like a scepter. No, so what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot, achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual, there is something about their life, there's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like stuffs like this that can be put in a place where they'll be remembered. Ladipo market is like one Nigeria, because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spills around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are repairing. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on where from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me learning and following my footsteps and so on. I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.